Zapraszamy do zajmowania miejsc. Pójdę na korytarz i będę osobiście zapraszał wszystkich. Witamy serdecznie na naszej konferencji wszystkich gości, szanownych panelistów, szanownych prelegentów. Transport na miarę to tytuł naszej konferencji. Wszyscy na tej sali mamy dużą wiedzę. Myślę, że warto się tym chwalić, że mamy dużą wiedzę. I taki cel, myślę, minimum tej konferencji jest taki, żeby się nawzajem wysłuchać, żeby wysłuchać prelegentów, żeby wysłuchać panelistów, ale również, żeby wysłuchać siebie nawzajem w trakcie przerw. Takim celem maksimum myślę, że jest to, żeby tą wiedzę w optymalny sposób, jak najbardziej efektywny, wykorzystać. Cel, synonimem celu jest często wskazywany Mount Everest. Ja miałem okazję być na Mount Everestie kiedyś przyjemnością, tak naprawdę nie przyjemność, bo tam wcale nie jest tak
and the pleasure, or not that much of pleasure, to be actually at the peak of
do tego
Mount
celu.
Everest, and I
Nazywam
will
się Piotr
guide you there.
Cieszewski.
My name is
Od
Piotr
cieszenia się.
Cieszewski. Ciszewski means happy in Polish, and I'd
pana
like to invite
dyrektora
our
Centrum Unijnych
host,
Projektów
the
Transportowych,
head
Przemysława Gorgola.
of the Center for EU Transport Projects, Mr. Przemysław Gorgol. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on behalf of the Center for EU Transport Projects to yet another conference dedicated to the evaluation. That's a subsequent conference following the one from April 2017. And again, we'd like to discuss, share experience on the attempts to search for standards and methods for assessment of the results of implementations of urban transport projects. This is certainly not an easy subject. It's a subject that we've addressed directly through ex post evaluation from the previous financial perspective related to public transportation, where we tried to find common denominators and common features of urban projects. We were trying to compare these projects, to draw conclusions on which were successful and which maybe not so. And based on this experience, we've came to a conclusion that it's not a subject and not a fully explored subject. The standards in urban projects haven't been coherently defined, and it's a challenge we're trying to deal with in this perspective when preparing submissions for the next financial perspectives. The issue of quality assessment of coherence policy and other implemented EU policies is a subject that's very strongly emphasized by the EC, and it's determined to find the best and most optimum projects. In this case, these standards and expectations are growing all across Europe. However, this field is managed by each member state, and as for the operational project infrastructure and environment, we are the managing unit. However, in this respect, we're trying to collaborate with you, with the market, with all the institutions and companies and stakeholders who participate in assessment of transport initiatives and projects and programs, who are crucial in our economic situation. Then that's why we've established a forum, which is the Transport Research Observatory, which assembles the representatives of scholars, policymakers, and stakeholders. It's a forum for elaborating solutions which are viable and which guide us in specific cases to more systemic solutions and conclusions which can later be applied in our daily work related to the preparation of projects and strategies and specific programs. In this respect, you may have received or already did receive the publication which is the result of the first works of the observatory. It's both available in print and online, and following the standard of our conferences, we'll try to collect all the most important conclusions and solutions in a publication which will be a follow-up publication of today's meeting. So I invite you all to share your experience, to debate, and we hope that thanks to the distinguished experts and practitioners which we've gathered today and theoreticians, we'll come to interesting conclusions. And also using this season we're having now, I'd like to wish you all also a peaceful and Merry Christmas and all the best in the upcoming year. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo za życzenia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the wishes. And the director next year will have had 20 years of experience in this field. Right now, I would like to invite the representative of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Adrian Mazur, the director of the Transport Strategy Department. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome you here very cordially. And I'd like to start with saying a big thank you to the director, to the Center of European Union Transport Projects for organizing this event concentrating on evaluation and the impact of the investments that we carry out on the general results of transport policy. I'm very happy that today nobody is questioning whether to evaluate and to do research, but we are all wondering on how to do it. It's good to have this discussion. This will make us better prepared towards programming new financial perspective, because our time is here and now, and this is the place where we are. This is where we start talking what the new operational programs should look like, what the new transport policy, national transport policy should look like. Before I start that topic, I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of Andrzej Adamczyk, the Minister of Infrastructure, who, due to a very hot period before the end of the year, couldn't be here with us, but he sends his regards to all of you present here. Let me start with a macro-scale perspective. We, as the Ministry, are not that involved in the urban projects as the Center for Transport Projects. Our role is to construct a strategic vision of transport policy, and this strategic vision has already been prepared. This new strategic vision of the policy is right now on the stage of public consultancies. We have 2 days left before the 14th of December, where you can have a look at new assumptions and express your opinion if it addresses all the challenges we've diagnosed and if this is what you're expecting. The new vision of the transport policy is also a new strategy of sustainable development of transport. The policy, the horizon of which covers the year until 2030. Among the topics it covers, there are new directions and also urban mobility and other initiatives involved within the urban transport. In order to start work on the strategy, we started, as every good doctor, from diagnosing, namely evaluating how the policy was implemented, how it was elaborated, and whether the previous strategy was carried out according to the challenges of the current perspective and the current times. After 5 years, we've realized that it's time we changed it and modified it. The task ahead of us was to update the document, but during the works on it and working on expert commissioned orders, we came to the conclusion that it had to be remodeled, taking into conclusion the paradigm which is sustainable development. This is in the first place something we see in the cities where 60% of the population in Poland lives, in cities and towns where we have 12,000 buses, 300 trolley buses, and 300,000 trams. So 60% of these are less than 10 years old. This is a big success in terms of changing the fleet. 33 systems of urban bikes. These are the elements that were not analyzed before. They were not part of the policy. These are also the areas that need to be evaluated. And the assessment has to be made how this influences the global transport policy realized from the central level. So I'm very happy because of the fact that the scope of today's discussion is so wide. I remember one examination, which was about the effectiveness of 8.3 program in the previous perspective, namely activities related to intelligent transport systems. The majority of the analyses can't be really implemented when it comes to the real application of the policy, or it's not taken into consideration when it comes to current problems. this is what we saw a few years ago. We looked at the expectations, the problems the cities have with implementing the policy, and this is the key element we have to look at. I hope that in the new perspective there will be issues to evaluate within this scope. We know that currently under the OPI&E program there are no specific activities devoted to this policy. So this is one of the topics open for discussion, namely assessing how projects within this scope are being carried out, whether the concept saying that intelligent transport elements as an element of a bigger project has been successful or not. This would help us to have a look on how we'd like to implement these activities in the future. While preparing to reprogramming this policy, we commissioned a number of research analyses. This is the element every planning should start with, and some decision makers, most decision makers know what they want to achieve, but without expert opinion, without opinion of practitioners, it's difficult to imagine a policy based on knowledge and data, and this is the paradigm and the direction we are looking at in our strategy. We want to do research and we want to see how certain phenomena develop, and then we want to draw conclusions from that. So I'm very happy listening to Mr. Director who says that this observatory center for research will be used in a wider scope to analyze policies. This is what we still miss. Expert opinion is something we need now, and we don't want to wait for it for a few months. As you know, while implementing projects and policies on the level of town or city, the decisions are being made here and now. Very often we have no time to wonder and to wait for many months for the results of analyses. So I believe this instrument will be implemented in a wider scope and thus will influence a more efficient realization of the transport policy. Another thing I think is worth mentioning, which is a bit beyond the scope of the OPI&E program, and this is also one of the activities that the Center for European Union Programs takes care of, is analyzing the programs, urban programs, that right now we have quite a few of them, and it would be difficult to identify one person who knows them all. We have so many programs, and the task is to decide which of these instruments is the most efficient, where to distribute the majority of financing for the new perspective. Maybe the answer will be that in some elements we don't need a lot of funds. Someone might think that this is the reverse of what we've been planning for the new perspective. But this is the conclusion I have after one of the campaigns we've been coordinating for 3 years, namely the campaign of European Week of Sustainable Transport. The result we achieved was 160 cities this year, but it's not the result which is the most crucial. What's the most important is the fact that by analyzing all the activities undertaken by the cities, we came to one simple conclusion. Money is not always what we need. Not every single time we need a lot of financing in order to introduce certain elements to change the systems. This is what we've noticed after the last campaign. We've noticed that some cities have introduced changes in the organization of transport. They've introduced lower prices for tickets, sometimes even tickets that are free of charge for some time or for a longer period of time. These are the real elements that shape our transport policy and that do matter. I would also like to wish you a fruitful conference and wish you a lot of interesting debates and discussions, and to encourage you to cooperate with our ministry. Every good idea which enhances our strategic planning is welcome, so I strongly advise you to contact us and to cooperate with us. I would like once again to thank the Center of EU Transport Projects. I would like to thank my colleagues. I know how difficult it is to assess those application forms and to manage this mechanism so that it runs smoothly and efficiently. Thank you very much. I would like to wish you a happy Christmas. Let us all use a sustainable means of transport and let us leave the cars at home. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wczoraj byłem w Bełchatowie.
I visited Bełchatów yesterday.
Czy to ma wpływ z pana wystąpieniem? No,
Is it related to your speech? Yes, they have free public transportation. And also the guests of the city of Bełchatów, not just the inhabitants are entitled to free communication. We are changing the world. The world is changing. In 1950, when Mount Everest was conquered for the first time, the great expedition by UK first needed to travel to India by ship, and it took 2 weeks. I arrived in Kathmandu in all but a few hours.
Teraz będziemy mieli możliwość
Now
wysłuchać prezentację
we will have
tytułową.
the opportunity to listen to the presentation which gave the title to this session. Mr. Engel has wide experience as a director of transport and analysis department.
Obecnie dyrektor Departamentu Analiz
Before that he
jest posłuchać i dobrze posłuchać
worked
człowieka, ma
at
różne doświadczenia z różnych miejsc.
the
Zapraszam, panie
Directorate of
dyrektorze.
Polish Roads and Motorways. So, Mr. Director, please share your experience with us.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, I'd like to welcome you all. Ladies and gentlemen, custom-made transport, meaning what exactly? We're speaking today of public transportation projects. We're speaking of custom-made transport, but this custom-made aspect can have various dimensions. Several days ago, I saw a picture of old public transportation timetables from a medium-sized Polish city from 30 years ago, when the bus would run every 11 minutes. You can imagine, quote, how easy, unquote, it was to use this communication and to get used to the hours of the buses and how easy and accessible this system was for commuters. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are trying to do and what we're striving for also through this conference is to answer a question. When evaluating, as Mr. Director Mazur mentioned, we can use various means. The least efficient manner and the worst possible one is the one which ends in a neatly printed book, which then collects dust on a shelf in one or other noble institution and has no relation to reality, while the evaluation which is taken seriously, which is not just did for the sake of formal requirements, can bring about very tangible effects. We're trying to answer a question: how to measure the impact of public transport projects. Why is this question so important? Ladies and gentlemen, between 2007 and 2023, in two financial perspectives, only within the infrastructure and environment projects and disregarding all other sources, we have invested and we will invest almost 40 billion zloty in public transportation, and more than half, which is 21.5 billion, is represents the funding by the EU. The scale of those investments cannot be compared to anything within the last several dozens of years of our history. We have never had such funds at our disposal and such capacity for renewal. The 70% of rolling stock, which has less than 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember Warsaw public transportation 15 years ago? At that time, I commuted from New Bemowo to Metro by with a line 406, which does not exist anymore, which was dominated by the Hungarian-produced buses Icarus, which then were more or less 20 years old. Well, it did get from point A to B, but the quality, the ecological footprint was far from optimum. In this presentation, which opened today's presentation, you saw a bus which said, "I'm a hybrid." In Warsaw, we already have several buses which have a similar writing on it. They're either gas-powered or electrical. This is the result in the form of a product. This is the 61% of rolling stock, which is less than 10 years old. But the product dimension is easy to measure. You can count the buses, you can count the kilometers of railroad. You can also easily calculate the number of passengers which use the modern rolling stock. But what does it change? What does this structural intervention change in the urban reality? We can easily answer this question. It increases the quality of life. It shortens the commuting time. This is also easily measurable. But the question which we need to answer is the following. How do we affect the city? How do our projects change the urban reality? And it's not just about answering they improve the quality of life, but this answer needs to be expressed in numbers, in specific figures, in hard data, which can be used later on in negotiations during the subsequent financial perspectives, in searching for new financing sources. It's also important that not all the projects result in a full success, and the evaluation is key to answer why did it work, but sometimes the more important answer is why did it not work, because if something fails, there can be a number of causes which can be either embedded in the definition of the project, but which can also be fully external. Here we're addressing another issue which is very important for public transport and for the attempts to measuring those projects. The projects which are implemented in urban tissue affect each other, so it is practically impossible to define the impact of a single project. We are unable to prepare such laboratory conditions which would enable us to take a single project and define its effects. The only way we can do it is by approximation. All the investments, public or private, affect each other. And now our role and objective is to find such tools which will allow us to offer a possibly precise answer to those questions, a clear answer, and a legible answer. And what's more important, that this answer is useful not only to us in decision processes and when planning other perspectives, but also that this answer is useful and clear for all those who use public transportation, for all those who benefit from the project, for everyone whose quality of life we're trying to improve by implementing the cohesion policy in public transportation. I do hope that today's conference will be substantial stimulus for evaluation of this field, and it will offer you an opportunity to have a number of interesting debates and insights. I wish you all a fruitful conference and thank you for your attention. You did transport us philosophically, so to say. Where were we successful? Where did we fail? The operational program, Infrastructure and Environment for the 2014-2020 was an important program. We will now listen to the representative of the Ministry of Development and Infrastructure, who is responsible for this program. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. At first, I'd like to explain myself. Why am I speaking late? Today is a very busy day. I've just opened a conference a few minutes ago on railway instruments, which are managed also by my department as a part of the Connecting Europe facility. So today's day is a very interesting, a very busy day for transport, not only the one financed with EU cohesion policy, but also in the CEF. I'd like to thank everyone, all the organizers, for invitation. We also, Minister cannot be with us, and he sends his apology. He's very busy today. He has a conference with his Austrian colleagues. It's the end of the year, and we're preparing the next financial perspective, so Mr. Minister couldn't join us here today in the room. However, speaking of the subject of my presentation and the conference itself, the title is Custom-Made Transport. As my colleague mentioned, the issues of evaluation, the issues of financial funds, and he also offered the general figures of all the funds dedicated to public transportation. Just to sum up, we have a series of programs which finance transport. In general, there is 9 billion zloty available. There is 8.7 billion exactly in subsidies from the EU as the OPI and the program. It's a lot, but on the other hand, not that much. We know we haven't quenched all the needs, and on Friday we're launching a competition for around 300 million zlotys in funds dedicated for the transport, urban transport sector, not only for capitals of voivodeships, but also for medium-sized cities. So we invite all the potential beneficiaries to apply for the funds. We know there is great interest in that project. We are waiting for your applications until the end of January. Ladies and gentlemen, the matter of the new programming period, which is important to stress that we are negotiating and talking with EC, both in terms of Cohesion Fund and Regional Development Fund, and also under the Austrian presidency we have specific provisions proposed. But what's the most important for us as the ministry, and probably Director Gorgol and Mazur will agree, is the issue of being properly prepared for the new programming period. I'm not speaking of the projects themselves, because that's the responsibility of specific companies, and I believe you're preparing, or you already have prepared those projects. But what's very important is this a certain type of urban policy to convert this success into financial success, we need to know what's the direction in which we should move. So together with the EC, with the CEUTP and also Jasper's initiatives, we've designed the direction and also the manner of measuring the projects and to support the updating of sustainable urban mobility projects. That's an important issue for the European Commissions, for the DG, for regional policy, especially for them, because those funds, as you know, will be slightly limited for Poland. So it's important to focus on these investments and strategies which will yield better results. And now 2 words about the preparation of the documents. So we're starting in the first quarter of the next year, and the leading role will be by the CEUTP. There will be several phases. The first one will be related to Jasper's initiatives, which will update or prepare several selected documents for 9 cities, which we've indicated. They will either prepare or update the existing documents. But what's important about this task is that the best practices are transferred to other interested cities. I know there are a lot of cities that are interested. We have seen great interest among those cities, so we want to share the knowledge from those 9 cities to other urban centers, and also using specific workshops which will start next year. Jaspers will prepare that, also the Center for EU Transport Projects, so my colleagues will supply logistics for information exchange in this respect. In the next 2 years, 2019 and 2020, this action will take place, but in 2021, when the new financial perspective will start, we want to pass on to implementation of specific projects and policies. Well, thank you once again for invitation, and I wish you a fruitful conference.
The first Pole on Mount Everest was a woman, Wanda Rutkiewicz, 78. For the male part of the climbers, this was something unpronounceable and difficult to say. A woman was first on the highest mountain in the world. This was difficult to deal with. And right now, we will have a first woman on our stage who came here to us from Brussels and then took a train to be able to join us here today. She will be talking about ex-post evaluation of big infrastructural projects, namely this project. Let me invite Ms. Małgorzata Kicia, the representative of European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome everybody. My name is Małgorzata Kicia. For 4 months, I've been working in DG Regio, European Commission regional policy, for regional policy. I'm a new person in DG Regio, so please excuse if sometimes I can't answer your questions if you have any, but I will definitely go back to these with answers later on. The topic of my presentation might be a bit confusing because I would like to tell you something about the EU projects, and also the authors of the report will be talking about these projects later on during the conference today. So I myself will concentrate on how the evaluation fits into the cycle and the better rulemaking program within the Commission, and how The evaluation, which is the first element in this legislative cycle, helps us better prepare towards further budgetary perspectives and thus better prepare coming projects. I fully agree with Director Engel when he talked about the fact that evaluation can't be another dust collector on the shelf. It can't be just a book like that and then we forget about it once we finish writing the report. This is a very crucial element in the whole legislative cycle, and European Commission has this program of better rulemaking, and it's been implementing it for a few years. 2005 was when the first directions were elaborated. The evaluation was included in the whole cycle under the presidency of Mr. Juncker. How do we look at better rulemaking in the EU? What is very important for all of us, first of all, is that three elements are taken care of when we make the rules on every element of the assessment. First of all, the rulemaking and evaluating and the future projects have to be carried out in a transparent way on every stage, from the very planning through the evaluation and planning changes. The stakeholders have access to documents, analyses. They can get the insight into what the Commission is doing. Another important element is that the application forms we submit, the conclusions we make, they have to be the conclusions have to be made based on the evidence. This is what we base ourselves on, and at our disposal we have a range of tools, starting from cost analysis, then ex-ante analyses, social economic analyses, financial analyses, and also a third element in better rulemaking is including into this whole process of the citizens and all stakeholders, anyone who's interested. The Commission has its own standards. The moment we start the evaluation and we assess the efficiency and efficacy of the rules, and at the moment when we want to change these, every single project, every evaluation is a topic which is open for social consultations for at least 12 weeks. Everything is accessible, available at the website. There's the space for open remarks, and usually it is aimed at a wider social group. It's commented in all EU languages, so the availability is there and everything is open. And I think that this is a very good practice, and it is worth copying. Now, what does it look like from the point of view of evaluation when we assess the rules and the regulations? What we follow in the Commission, the guidelines that tell us in the Commission how to assess and how to assess both the rules and the programs are very coherent, because indeed the evaluation means that we check whether something was functioning well, how it functioned in this way, and not in another one. We look at the evaluation from the point of view of 5 criteria, and these criteria refer both to the evaluation of regulations and investment projects. So, first of all, we look at whether what we do is efficient. We see that in very many conclusions after the evaluation related to investment projects and transport projects and regulations. We see that it's important to make these objectives precise at the beginning. If we have a very wide objective, if it's difficult to measure, if it's not precise, we won't be able in a clear way to determine if what we are doing is functioning well and whether these objectives have been met. The second very important element is the efficiency, namely whether what we've achieved having at our disposal the funds that we had in investment projects, or whether the costs that were incurred Were they justified can they be justified by the results? So financial analysis gives us a lot of answers to this question. The question is whether with the same funds we could have achieved more. So when we analyze the rules on the European level, we wonder why in some countries it works better and in others worse. And these discussions provide us with very many interesting conclusions, because maybe better practices in one country will help us achieve better results in other countries in the whole EU. Another important element when discussing about the efficiency is the question of too many administrative barriers and costs that are sometimes too high. The Commission for many years has been fighting these barriers. We are interested in reducing the costs. A few years ago we had a working group of Mr. Steiber, and then the whole discussion that was started about the administrative costs. This is also within this program of better rulemaking. When we evaluate the projects, when we look at how these rules are implemented and how they function, when we program new regulations, we put a lot of emphasis on analyzing what the costs are going to be, whether it's not going to be too much in terms of administrative costs, and whether our activities are justified. The third criterion is relevance. Here, in terms of investment projects, I think that in order to properly measure if what we've been doing was relevant, namely whether it was necessary, it needs a lot of courage, because it's difficult to say that what we spend millions on is whether it was worth spending this amount of money. It's difficult to assess objectively. Maybe my colleagues in the second part of our meeting will tell you a few things about two projects that were carried out under our assessment of transport projects. For example, a French project relating to public communication. It was already finalized, and one of the objectives, one of the problems it was to deal with was a reduction of too big number of cars in the city center, in a congested city center. Well, the problem was exaggerated to a certain extent because the city was not that congested. So the question is whether this criterion of relevance was met or not. Well, it's a crucial thing, and it needs courage when analyzing investment projects. Then coherence, whether what we are doing is coherent with overall objectives set on the European level, whether our aims and objectives are not adverse, and whether they do not contradict one another. When we talk about transport projects, we look at coherence in terms of environment policy, environmental programs. We look at whether our transport is sustainable, and then when we look at environment policy, we are wondering whether it's always coherent with the growth strategy, whether the regulations within environment are not implemented in a way that they mean higher costs for entrepreneurs. So coherence is a very crucial element when analyzing, and also added value. When we talk about investment or transport projects, we talk about added value in terms of money that was invested, and our question is whether within this money the investments would have been carried out in such a wide scope and so fast. It's a very important element, but we often tend to forget about an important thing here, namely how institutions construct their knowledge. We see that in many evaluations. When we evaluate coherence, regional coherence policy, we see that the institutions learn while implementing the projects. It's a process which makes us happy and them happy, because the more they learn, the calmer the process is and the less problematic it is. A project we are implementing right now, which is very interesting, it's a case in Romania within the environment, protection of the environment, where a big added value of the whole investment into the system of water treatment in one of the cities in Romania is institutional learning, namely the knowledge and experience that the institutions gain from implementing such projects. Well, big transport projects. This is a significant project we've commissioned. The Commission for some time has been involved in that. The first part has been carried out already. Then my colleagues, when talking about the report, will tell you what it looked like. We analyzed these projects and their results in the long term. We looked at how they influenced the economic growth, the quality of life of the society, the protection of environment, and how all these effects were redistributed. We looked at how they were generated, whether they were stabilized and after what time. And the final stage was to assess the success factors. So very quickly, just a few words on what we looked at. This is the methodology, but probably my colleagues will talk more about that. I will not get into details. So we analyzed the costs of benefits and then the quality analysis, because these are some of the most important elements. Also, a few words more on how these projects that we looked at, how they were located. For us, we looked at the distribution, in a way, even distribution in the EU. We have 10 projects in 10 countries. It was also important for us to look at 3 different sectors. We have road transport, rail transport, and urban transport. In Poland, Warsaw project is the railway line, which I used yesterday. It was a fantastic experience. On my way to Warsaw, I used this means of transport, and it was fantastic. What it looks like in terms of numbers when it comes to the whole methodology: 10 case studies in 9 countries, over 3 billion euro of the investment, half of which was financed from the EU funds, over 200 expert interviews, 9 months of research. The report is already available on the Commission website. Right now, I will be working on the document which synthesizes, in a way, this whole report. I will also look at evaluation of other big projects so that you can have a look and we can assess how big transport projects help meet the objectives of regional policies. Another stage in this big projects in the environment program is something that is going to be finalized next year. And in a few words, this is everything I wanted to tell you. Simultaneously in the DG Regio, we are looking at the evaluating of research projects, research and development projects, and maybe very soon we will start evaluating big projects within the communication and digitalization field. So this is all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. As a citizen of Warsaw, I'm very grateful that you didn't take your car and didn't add to the congestions in the road. And now, with Italian roots, but living in Washington, D.C., and since last year in Brussels, a representative of World Bank who comment on the effects of transport investments and on how to plan and evaluate the impact of those investments. Dominique Pascale Patella.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me. I'm going to speak in English, so if you'd like to take a second and put on headphones, please do that now. Thanks. So as mentioned, my name is Dominic Patella. I'm a senior transport specialist with the World Bank, and I'm based in Brussels. And the topic of my presentation today will be on transport revenue options with a focus on the role of agglomeration. So This is an agglomeration that I'm going to be talking about. This is actually Toronto in Canada. And I'd love to say that I took this picture while working on a rigorous impact evaluation, but that would be a lie. I was actually having a nice dinner in a very tall restaurant, and I happened to catch a window that provided the opportunity for a photo. And just looking at this, you can see that there is an agglomeration, and you probably don't need an impact evaluation to tell you where the metro is in Toronto. In fact, it's there. That was the first line that was built in Toronto. So you can almost see it in the urban fabric. And there was the second line that went in, and the third. And of course, under that red circle is where we see some of the highest densities, some of the highest levels of agglomeration of firms and jobs and economic activity in general. This is a very good case of transport-enabled agglomeration. And one of the things you can't see in this picture, because my restaurant wasn't tall enough, is that around these metro lines is an extensive bus network. You can see that there are those red lines. And the star there on the lower left of the slide is where I was having my dinner. So you can see that this transport network has a very dense core provided by the metro lines, supplemented by a much wider catchment area provided by the bus network. Yeah, and the two work in harmony. And in fact, one of the things that the original builders of the Toronto Metro got absolutely right was intermodal integration. And that's one of the reasons you see the agglomeration that exists today. So, but that's an interesting story, but perhaps not as relevant to today's conference as other things. Most notably, how do you plan for something like this? And how do you evaluate the impact of your interventions when you try to develop these kind of agglomerations? And I'm going to talk about one example. It's called the 3V framework, and it's something that was developed at the World Bank. The first V is node value. And this is very much a function of the location in the transport network. The second value is place value, and that's very much a function of what's around each individual node in the transport network. And that could be shopping or social services or fun things to do in the area, or amenities like parks. And the last thing is market value. That's cold, hard real estate cash. The full methodology is available in a book there, and there's a hyperlink if anybody's interested in it. And the thing I like about this methodology is that it's a methodology that works when we don't have perfect data, which in the case of the World Bank is often what we find in our countries. And I'm going to give you one example. I only have a 15-minute presentation, so I'm only going to talk about node value and how you would go about assessing that. We would generally look at three things: the degree centrality of a node in your transport network, and that's essentially the number of lines that are connecting at a given station or point in the network. The closeness centrality, which is essentially how far is that particular node from every other node in the network. And then lastly, betweenness centrality, which is a measure of if you draw all the potential pathways of trip making on your transport network, how many of them pass through that given node that you're looking at. And I took a punt, and please forgive me if I get something wrong. This is actually Warsaw's rail network and the metro lines. And I took a guess, if we were to do this kind of analysis in Warsaw, what would we find? Well, obviously I think Centralna would score very highly in degree, closeness, and between centrality, just because of what it is. It connects various rail services, it's along the metro, it's near the center of the transport network. I think the Eastern railway station, I won't try to pronounce the Polish name, I think would score well in betweenness and degree centrality, but not closeness, because if you look at the configuration of your transport network, you see this is on the far side of the river. Yeah, so I think that would score lower in terms of closeness. And then lastly, I think that the Gdanska station would score, you would obviously have degree centrality because it connects railway lines, but it's not particularly close relative to the other nodes in the network, and it doesn't have a very high score in terms of betweenness, just based on my visual impression of the network. This could be wrong, but I'm trying to illustrate exactly how this methodology would be applied. that's all well and good, but what do you do with it, right? So if you do a 3V analysis, you get essentially 3 indications of value: market value, place value, and node value. And you can see there that 3-dimensional graph summarizes what you might find for different nodes in the network. So you have 2 options, right? One is to intervene and to try to change one of these values along one of the 3 axes, or the other is to live with it and do something with land use around that particular node that's amenable to its its place value, its node value, and its market value. And because human beings have a tough time reading 3-dimensional graphs, here's a 2-dimensional projection of what that might look for market value and node value. And there could be different land use strategies around points that have different node values and market values. Or alternatively, you could change the node value, for example, by adding a metro line or by adding additional bus services at that particular node to serve a land use objective that policymakers might set. So this is a framework that you can use in a very quantitative way to try to shape your policymaking ex ante. And then ex post, you can also take a look at how effective your interventions have been at achieving that using the same framework. Now to more interesting questions. How do you make money off of it? And particularly, how do you make money off of it to pay for transport investments? The classic case is land and development, and nobody in the world is better at this than the Hong Kong MTR, the Hong Kong's Metro Authority. Here's an example of what they do. This is the Seng Quan O station in Hong Kong. You have a railway running underneath the station, a mall on top of that, a cinema, residential, and various other commercial opportunities in the vicinity. Everybody probably knows that kind of stuff already. You've seen it 100 times in different presentations. But what people don't particularly know is how exactly the MTR goes about optimizing that. And they're one of the most commercially sophisticated transport organizations in the world. So the first thing they do is they think beyond their station and beyond their railway. So they also develop things like hotels, schools, community facilities like pools, and this is in consultation with their public authorities, healthcare facilities, public services, and green space. These are all the elements of place value that make a specific node in the transport network somewhere that people want to go and someplace that they don't necessarily have to leave for their daily requirements. The other thing they do is they invest substantial amounts in the engineering around the railway to isolate it from impacting those things that they put above. So in particular, noise and vibration, fire safety, things like this are extensively evaluated and incorporated into the design of anything they do. And the last thing, which I really like, is they devote a significant amount of attention to the legal framework that underpins the development that supports what they're trying to achieve. And they do that through a concept called strata rights, where traditionally, say when you own your house, you own from the core of the earth all the way up to the fixed stars. But what they do in Hong Kong is they segment that horizontally. So now you don't own that entire column, you might actually own a sliver in the air, somewhere up around 40 stories. And the MTR plays the role of an honest broker between different investors, such that they each have rights and responsibilities associated with their individual slice of a strata of a development. It's a very complex thing, and it's very difficult to replicate. And that's why, while we all know that there is advantage, and there's financial advantage in developing land, it actually takes an incredible amount of sophistication to do it well. And that's what the MTR shows us. As a result, you have a scenario where the MTR is actually building communities, and they're not just operating a metro. They're providing the retail, shopping, barbers, the Starbucks where you get your morning coffee. They have the libraries, the health facilities, the office space where you commute to, perhaps on a daily basis if you don't live at that particular development. And then, of course, they have the octopus system, which is not just a method of fare payment. It's also a means whereby you can pay for all of these services that they develop. So in fact, it's almost as if the MTR is chasing you. You would be very hard-pressed to get away from the MTR in your daily life in Hong Kong. And that's one of the reasons that this is such a powerful model, not just in terms of the agglomeration, but in terms of the financial case for the railway and how to support its operations. But not everywhere is Hong Kong, right? So not everywhere can do this. Here's another example from London. And if you know London, if you know TfL, you know that they're not as commercially oriented, for example, as the MTR, particularly around land development. They're moving farther into this direction, but at the present time, that's not their focus. At the same time, I think the example from the recent Crossrail project and how that project is funded evidences how you can monetize agglomerations to support investments in the urban transport systems that then have a symbiotic relationship with those agglomerations. And here's what that looks like. So if you look at Crossrail and how it's funded, it's only about 4.8 billion pounds of direct funding from the Department of Transport. And the rest is contributions from other sources. But about 60% of those relate to Londoners and London businesses through a variety of taxes that are essentially related to development of land, which TfL doesn't necessarily own, and or taxes on the businesses that benefit from the agglomeration that the railway will create. And the advantage of this, aside from just expanding the overall pool of funding, is that it makes a complex project like this very difficult for a government to kill in times of crisis. So remember, the Crossrail project has been going on for quite some time. It actually was going on during the financial crisis and the spending reviews in the United Kingdom. One of the reasons that this project survived is because they were able to bail in these additional beneficiaries. And so when HM Treasury looked at cancelling this project, the consequence is that they would get back 4.8 billion pounds, but they would lose over 14 billion pounds of investment. So it was a no-brainer because they were essentially using other people's money to invest in the agglomeration that they were trying to develop. And that's one of the reasons why the project survived so many reviews. Lastly, I want to tell you to almost forget everything I just said, right, about how to monetize land development and its importance in terms of supporting urban transport services. Because at the end of the day, it's not real estate that actually sustains an urban railway, a very expensive urban transport system. This is farebox recovery data from all of the metros who participate in the Comet and Nova performance benchmarking groups that's run by Imperial College London. The blue is farebox recovery that is down to fares. So in other words, the fares that customers pay. And the red is the farebox recovery down to other sources of revenue, such as land or retail space. Anything below 1 represents a metro, in this case, that requires an operating subsidy. Anything above 1 but below 1.5 is a metro that can sustain its operations but would require a subsidy for renewals and enhancements of the infrastructure, so a capital subsidy to continue on an ongoing basis. And anything above 1.5 roughly can start to pay back some of the original capital costs. And the point I'm trying to make here is actually that these red bars are quite small. And so while you should do everything you possibly can to monetize the benefits of agglomeration, nothing can compensate for a fares policy that might not be suitable towards the sustainability of an urban railway. And in fact, one of the lessons from this is that also a key benefit of the agglomeration isn't necessarily the value of land, it's the demand that it generates for the railway. And that's one of the secrets, again, to Hong Kong's success. It's not just the land that they develop that earns them money, it's the ridership that land crowds into the urban railway that's the real secret of their success. So thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions, I'm around later during the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Waszyngton bardzo przypomina europejskie miasta, bo żaden budynek nie może być wyższy od budynku kongresu.
Washington is very
I
similar
said that
to a
Washington is
European
similar to European
city.
cities because each building has to be lower than the Congress building, right?
We have reached a certain stage on the way to Mount Everest. There are 4 camps on the way. You need 2 months to conquer the mountain, but every now and then you have to get some rest, you have to get some sleep. And today we are not going to sleep, and we are not going to reach our summit in 2 months, but I think we've just reached the first camp. Before the coffee break, we have a request. I will repeat the request you've already received via email, namely, the quiz participation. I would like to remind you the questions from the quiz. Regarding the questions, I will say the following. We are interested in an honest answer, where you're honest with yourselves. It's easy when you look at yourself, looking into the mirror, you know what it feels. Today, the World Health Organization said that 1,350,000 people die in road accidents every year. Do we have influence on that? I think that we do have a big impact on that, we, the present here today. And I would like us to answer these questions honestly. The first question, do you support zones without cars around around schools and kindergartens? When you enter the link above, you will have an option of answering this question. I'm wondering if it's easier for people who have young children, small children, to respond to this question, or maybe people who have no children find it easier to respond. But let us give an honest answer, not just like a friend sitting next to us. When you're on holidays, do you not use your car? The whole hope is in the coffee. 10 minutes of break for you starts now.
Jest Olek. Zapraszamy serdecznie do zajmowania miejsc.
Please take your seats.
Prosimy o przyjście.
Join us to start the second part. We are going to continue our trekking through the high mountains.
Zapraszamy. Cała nadzieja w kawie.
I hope you've enjoyed your coffee.
Myślę, że nam pomogła.
All the hope is in the
Pauza
coffee.
też jest częścią rytmu.
The break is also a part of the rhythm.
Niekoniecznie, że nic nie robimy, jak jest pauza.
It's not that we do not do anything during the break. This is a part of the rhythm.
Dobra, drzwi zamykamy.
Okay, let us close the door and get started.
Pauza też jest częścią rytmu, ale warto te pauzy sobie...
So, a break, as I said, is a part of the rhythm, and it's worth taking breaks every now and then. When I was climbing Mount Everest, they called me 1953.
Ten gość, on jest
So
1953. Bo ja ciągle mówiłem
they were saying 1953 because I kept repeating in 1953, in 1953.
Wtedy, kiedy ta wyprawa pierwsza szła na Everest,
This was when the first group was climbing Mount Everest. So, for example, between Kathmandu and Mount Everest, there was an airport field in Lukra. It was not there in 1953, but it's there now. So, after 3 days of trekking, the British team, it took them 17 days back in 1953. This is how our world keeps changing. The authors of the following presentation are Izabela Kaczmarzyk,
prezentować będzie
but the presenter will be Erniko Bernadis from T-Plan Consulting,
gość z Włoch,
our guest from Italy, from Imola, close to Bologna. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to all participants. Thank you for the floor. So this presentation is a sort of follow-on of what was presented earlier by the Commission, because we are referring to the same subject. So we are presenting the result of a study that we did, T-Plan Consulting, as part of a consortium that you see mentioned in the slide, concerning the ex-post assessment of large investment projects were co-funded by the EU. As you see, the scope covers projects co-funded from year 2000 to 2013, and this is one of the specificities of this assessment. We are not assessing something that has just finished. We are assessing something that was already in operation since a few years. The minimum requirement was to have at least 5 years of operation for each of the case studies that we selected. So in my presentation, I will not enter into the details of the analysis. As it was mentioned, the results are publicly available, so you can have a look at them. And of course, we are available for any question or any clarification or discussion. I would rather try to point out some of the tools that we used, because I think this is a little bit more related with the scope of this conference. So looking at the tool, I think I will focus a little bit on the scope of the study, because part of the approach that we used was chosen based on the scope of the study itself. Then I will enter a little bit into the details of the data that we used, which also is one of the critical issues. And finally, some of the findings and the recommendation, but again, focusing on the methodology, not really looking at the case or at suggestion for policy in terms of urban studies. So this is the scope of my presentation. So what was the scope of the study? The scope of the study was not only to do a sort of assessment of what happened and whether the project, the output, so whether the project did what they were expected to do, what they provided, the output they were expected to be provided, but it was rather to analyze the long-term impact on the economic development of the area, of the study area, and on the quality of life and well-being of the society. So the key words here are well-being of the society, so broad scope in terms of impact, not just the output, whether something was delivered, but generally the impact on the socioeconomic side, and long-term. These are the projects, the one that you saw before, so you just see them in the map. I will not go through them again. Just to mention that there were two projects in Poland, one in Warsaw, the other one in Gdańsk. We consider both of them as urban projects, actually, because the one in Warsaw is the rail connection to the airport, so it's a rail project. It was in the panel as a rail project. It's actually a urban rail project. So we ended up with 4 urban transport projects. And I think this is a valuable experience, the one that we gained also, an ex-post assessment on urban transport project, which has a number of specificities as well. So the methodology. So we try to have a methodology. We developed a methodology on 4 steps, okay? We end up with an assessment, and you see that luckily we have, referring back to what you have heard in the morning, so the final assessment that is a sort of standard for the EU assessment of ex-post assessment is to evaluate these 5 criteria: relevance, coherence, effectiveness, efficiency, and EU added value. 2 of them are more a political dimension, relevance and coherence. The other one are more related to the impact of the project in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. And the last one is the EU added value, the EU contribution to the success of the project. So how did we reach this final goal to have this assessment? Well, the first step was to map the effect. So to understand what are the likely impact that we expect when we implement a large transport project. Of course, this was based essentially on a quite large literature review to understand all the possible impact and to classify them. We clustered them into 4 areas: effects on economic growth, quality of life, distributional effect, and effect on environmental sustainability. So these are the general areas. Of course, when we were looking at each individual project, we mapped the activities of the project and the target against all the potential impact, identifying the subset of impact that were really relevant for the specific case that was under assessment. The second step is to measure the extent of the impact that the project was expected to produce. And we combine here 2 approaches. Of course, we had to also to take into account the resources that we have that were obviously limited. So we combined a quantitative assessment based on CBA that was taking advantage of all the data that were already available, with a more qualitative assessment that was complementing the CBA with all the information and the evaluation that could not be captured by quantitative assessment. The third step was trying to understand, so put all the pieces together and do a step beyond, because this was really one of the key interests from the Commission side. Not only to say, well, this project worked or not, this was a good one or not a good one, because this is a different exercise. We are not checking if a program was well implemented or not. We are not checking if projects were well implemented or not. We are trying to understand which are the effects that in the end were produced and whether this effect can be replicated somewhere else, and what are the lessons learned about that, in order to maximize the potential impact of project. This is why the subset of project, the cases, are very few, because we prefer, and this was the idea of the Commission, to do an in-depth study of a few selected cases rather than a review of the entire program of a large panel of projects. So the step of understanding, what does it mean? It means that we try to fit all the different elements that we identified in a sort of project history. What happened to the project? What was the strong point when the project was conceived? How was the implementation phase? How is going the operational part? And if anything happened, how was the reaction? Was the organization capable of facing an unforeseen event? This is what we try to understand in this last part, that of course is more a narrative part that you find in our report. So, CBA. You all know what a CBA is, so I will not enter too much into that, but why we are using a CBA for an ex post assessment? Well, there are a number of added values for this. We will see in the final scoring system that some of the dimensions that we were asked, some of the criteria are strictly related with an output of CBA. So first of all is that it provides useful information. The second thing is that it has a very strong theoretical foundation and a number of methods that are well established. So we can rely on a number of examples, we can rely on a widespread knowledge, and we can rely on parameters that are well accepted. And this is also quite important. We see that we can also rely on a lot of information that is already available and allows to develop ex post CBAs in a relatively efficient way with a limited effort. So the methodology, of course, we looked at the DG Regio guide, the EC reference guide for all of us when we do this appraisal work. The team that was doing this ex post assessment also include the authors of the original guide, and let's say the methodology was slightly adapted to the fact that we are not doing an ex ante assessment but a mid-term assessment. So all the parameters had to be readjusted, take into account that part of the data were referred not to a forecast but to real data. So for instance, social discount rate, all the discount rate, price adjustment, all these kind of parameters had to be different from the forecasted and the ex post part of the assessment. The qualitative approach is mainly based on documentary analysis, desk research, and a number of interviews. And also, of course, what we did is that we tried anyway not only to do and to collect information, but to provide, not only to collect data, but to provide a final information, to extract something that is meaningful for the assessment. And to do so, we developed a methodology that was based on a scoring system, something like it's not really a multi-criteria because we do not end up aggregating all the scores, but with a scoring system for all the different dimensions that we are interested in. The scores were well defined based on criteria, and they were applied consistently by the same team to all the projects. And this ensures, as far as possible, that this qualitative assessment is based on qualitative information, but is, as far as possible, based on an objective assessment. The third building block is to reason on all these elements, and the key target was really to identify what we call the determinants. So all these key variables that are the most important causes that determine the extent to which the expected impact were produced or not. So for instance, whether the project was well conceived, whether the promoter has enough managerial capacity to carry on the project, but also where the project was initially planned with a strong relationship with the context where it had to be implemented. And finally, the last point, what I mentioned, you will see that our report in the end ends up with a sort of story, so a story of the project. We collect the information from people, we interview the users, we ask feedbacks, and we try to complement the quantitative indicators from the CBA with a sort of history of all the project, trying to combine all these different elements and different dimensions. And this is quite useful because for a number of impacts, it's very difficult to provide a quantitative assessment unless you use very sophisticated tools, macroeconomic models or land use transport integrated models. But this was, of course, out of the scope of our study. And I believe that this is the same for most of the assessment that you will do, especially ex post. You don't have the resources to undertake huge studies. You need to find something that is simple and straightforward. Data collection. For the ex post, one of the idea of using the CBA is that, of course, we could use most of the information that was already provided at the time of the project preparation. So the fact that the CBA now is so widely used, is embedded in the regulation, means that all these projects had an ex-ante CBA. So this proved to be very useful to minimize the effort and to provide a basis to update the original analysis. And this is, of course, is very relevant, especially for urban projects. We will never be able to do a full analysis, but if we have an original analysis, we can always try to adjust it and to correct to the reality that is observed to provide a more realistic assessment ex post of what really happened. Then we had data provided by project managers and the organization, the promoters, so the real financial cost, the demand level, these of course are the key ones, and the time in which the project was implemented, and also the timetable, the service description, and everything else is needed for public transportation assessment. We contacted local stakeholders. We also had sources from individual studies. For instance, in some cases, we had one of the projects we assessed is one of the real flagship mega project co-financed by the EU, is the Rio-Antirio Bridge in Greece. And this project, there were a number of ex post studies that were already done on that project. So we already had a very wide basis for collecting information, assessing the impact of the project. And this was quite helpful. For instance, this project was already in operation by 14 years. So you can understand an ex post assessment after 14 years, there are a lot of things that you can really say about the impact of a project. Of course, this was not enough. And the CBA, as you know, is always an exercise where you compare a do something with a do nothing. In this case, the do something is what you observe. So the forecasting exercise is somehow easier in the do something because it's the reality that you now can observe. You only have to complement the forecast for the remaining technical life of the project, for the reference period. What is more difficult sometimes is to do the forecast for the do nothing, because the do nothing is something that you cannot observe. So there is still a forecasting exercise in this type of analysis. Of course, we can rely on the do-nothing forecast that is made at the time of the application. That can be adjusted, maybe take into account unforeseen events. So again, having a basis CBA developed at the time of the application is very helpful. And the last point are all these values that we define as a core team, of course, of experts. So this is, of course, part of the expertise that you always need when doing these exercises. Qualitative assessment, the main source, in addition to existing studies, is the interviews. So we did, let's say, around, for 10 cases, we had around 25 interviews per case. So a quite large number of interviews with civil servants, experts, policymakers, also users, and even journalists. So we tried really to get a quite large panel of interviews. All interviews were done in person, or at the phone where this was not possible, but most of them in person. And all our experts have visited all the projects to get a real sense of the project. Also not just to read the data, but to have a feeling of how the project was going. So this is about the methodology and the data. So what were the issues about this data? The first is, of course, the data about the direct impact of the CBA. In some cases, these are quite easy to get. So for instance, when you just need the ridership or the number of trips in a toll road, maybe this is something that it's easily available. In other cases, this is very difficult. And it's particularly challenging for urban projects, where often these are part of a network, and it's very difficult to have the real data about the users on the specific segment that is under assessment. So this is something that needs to be considered, and actually it was considered when we selected the panel of studies that we then included in the exercise. In most cases, we managed to do it. In some cases, it was easier. In some other, for instance, when we did the tramway in Gdansk, it was more difficult to isolate the direct user of the specific segment that we were analyzing. But we made it, also using data or estimate from the local authorities. Well, we also had difficulties the later you do the assessment, the more likely that the organization changes. So we sometimes had difficulties to find the people that were implementing the project. So sometimes memories of what happened was difficult to collect. And this is especially true when the project is implemented not by a special purpose vehicle that is dedicated to that project, but is part, for instance, from the activities of an infrastructure manager that implements all projects in a wider network. Of course, in that case, organization changes can happen easily, and maybe the project manager is somewhere else and can be difficult to find him or to access the original information. Anyway, the last point is, of course, everything that is related with the second round and indirect effect, so on the economy, jobs, growth, quality of life in the wider sense, is very difficult to capture with real data, and also difficult sometimes on qualitative data, on qualitative information. So this was a mix. Sometimes we succeeded to cover also this qualitative part. In other cases, we had a limited evidence. In any case, in all cases, we managed to undertake a quantitative assessment. This assessment was always checked, and finally we reached a sort of agreement or convergence in the assessment with the beneficiary. So also this is a good result that we achieved, that in the end what we were calculating found some feedback, positive feedbacks from those that were operating the project, and there was consistency in the assessment and in the perception from the beneficiary and the users. These are the main results, so I will not comment on them. As you see, there are just letters instead of the cases. The circles are the ones that are the urban project. So what we ended up with? We ended up, first of all, clustering the project, the ones that were more successful, the ones that were least successful. So we have these three groups. We have then identified the pattern. So we tried to provide a short resume of what happened. So was it a project that was well conceived from the beginning? Were there unforeseen events? For instance, most of these projects, the Rio-Antirio Bridge, face a huge decline in traffic due to the economic crisis in Greece. Traffic declined by 30% in 2 years, something that was never seen before, I think, on a toll bridge. Nevertheless, in that case, the financial structure was well conceived. There were buffers in terms of financial structuring, and the project managed to face this unforeseen event. So these are the patterns. Then we measure the performance. We have these 5 criteria that we mentioned earlier. We ended up assigning a score. How this score is related with the CBA? Well, if you see it, there are 2 of them, the one that were mentioned early in the morning, effectiveness and efficiency. They are very much related to the result of the CBA. Effectiveness is mainly measured by the net present value, financial or economic. Efficiency is measured by the internal rate of return. So the size of the impact is the net present value, and the ratio, the BC ratio, or the return that you can get for the euro that you have spent, is the efficiency criteria. And you see that in the end, these are the 2 criteria that more match the clustering that we did. So you see that using the CBA really provide a very good guidance on the cluster. So whether a project was in the end successful or not. The last part is the one that is probably less standard in an assessment. It's something that probably you will never find, for instance, when you look at the assessment that the Court of Auditor did in many projects. This part is probably more on a qualitative side. So it's something that it was a specific part, as I said, of our study, is where we try to understand how the different determinants contributed to the success or to the not success of a project, to the failure of a project. And these are the determinants that we have identified. So the relation with the context, the selection process, whether there was a transparent selection process based on factual evidence, or whether the political dimension played a major role in the selection of the project, whether there was a good design, whether there was a good forecasting capacity, where the expectation in terms of user were correct or not. where the governance system was in place was proper or not, and whether the capacity of the implementing body was sufficient. Of course, I mean, it's not, the picture is quite mixed. But I think if you read up our conclusion, there are some interesting findings. One of them is, of course, that good project preparation is a very good prerequisite to success. If a project is not well prepared, it's difficult to succeed. But it's not enough. There were well-prepared projects that in the end they faced unforeseen events. They were much less successful than expected. So this was the achievement. In terms of data collection, because I think now we are a little bit in an audience that has to care about replicating this type of studies. So some of the recommendation that you find in our report is that, of course, project promoter and authorities should keep record of the key outcome of the project. It seems self-evident, but it is not. Especially when projects are part of large network, it is often the case that you don't have the data ready available to do an ex post CBA. So this is something that, of course, should be encouraged. Especially investment, operation, and maintenance cost. Maintenance cost, for instance, is something that when you operate a network is very difficult to allocate to individual projects. Traffic demand with disaggregation of data sometimes is easy, sometimes not. But of course, if you know that this is some data that you will use, in your operation phase, you can think about doing some surveys or collecting the data from other authorities. Of course, if you wait for the evaluation time, then everything is very short. It's very difficult to collect data from all the agency, transport agency, for instance, in Warsaw. You can get the data for train, but the bus operator is much more difficult to get on board. So if you do it in advance, that's something that you can ease the assessment. And the revenue, of course. In case there is a deviation from what was expected ex ante, of course, some additional effort would be much beneficial. In order for all of us not really to say this project was good, what was wrong in the original assessment, but to understand why and how to improve, because this is the ultimate target of this exercise. And when we say that when we were presenting this, of course, I mean, this has a cost. But I think that we always need to take into consideration that when we did this exercise, and you will see in the report, for each of the cases we spent less than 30,000 euros. And this is really a fragment of the cost, a marginal cost of the investment cost in each of these cases. We spend hundreds of millions, billions in some of the cases for the investment. So if you plan this in advance, I think you can find the resources for doing this type of exercise. So although sometimes the lack of resources is a good reason not to doing ex post assessment, I think the main recommendation is to plan for these resources in advance, because if you consider the whole cost of this project and the savings that you can do for future investment, the money that you can spend in this type of exercise, in our view, is quite well spent and is an added value. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kilka lat temu
Several years ago,
obiegł wynik badań.
the world heard about the study result.
W mediach się pojawił wynik badań.
The media published the result of a study which said that 8% of our society carries out their New Year's resolutions. Out of all the people, just 8% of them is able to reach them. Because this result was published in Forbes magazine, it pulled all around the world. And later on, it was discovered how this study was carried out. There was a man who went to the gym in January and then went in December and counted the people again without any reflection on any external factors such as other gyms in the area or maybe service offer that would be poor. And that's how fake news is created. And now we have Ms. Aneta Kostelecka with us, the Senior Project Manager at PBS, who will discuss the largest projects that were implemented and were dedicated to our transport-related behaviors. Hello, I've been invited to talk about the largest transport project in Poland, which was the transportation study for the central sub-region of Silesian Voivodeship. I was the coordinator from one of the subcontractors and the coordinator of all the measurements and studies carried out during this project. A handful of data. The Association of Gminas and Powiats of this sub-region of Central Voivodeship, Silesian Voivodeships, were the entity who contracted the project. The contractors included PBS from Sopot, BIT from Krakow, and IMS from Poznań, and the value was almost 6 million złotych, and the complementary order cost another 1.2 million zloty. This was the largest project because of its geographical scope. Here we have two colors. The bright blue color represents the initial planned scope of the project. That's the zero zone for which the entire transport study was prepared, the traffic model, etc. The green area is the functionally related area with the area 0, where studies on traffic behavior was carried out to establish how often do people from zone 1 travel to zone 0. On the 1st of July, the metropolitan area was established, and it turned out that our zone 0 did not cover or match the entire metropolitan area. So it was in the light of this fact the zone 1 and zone 0s were expanded. So the main axis of our project from 24 gminas, from 28 grew to 42, so almost a 50% growth. And same, the zone 1 was also increased by 7 gminas, and some of them were from the neighboring voivodeships, so over 90 gminas altogether were covered by the project. The project included both surveys and measurements. As for the surveys, there were 16,280 households surveyed, including almost 34,000 persons. Also, there were surveys carried out on parkings in malls and in large-scale parkings. In small gminas, that meant 50 parking spots, but the description of the subject of the project required us to find large area parkings also in smaller areas, so that's why we did that. We've also carried out 5,600 interviews on bus and tram stops, also 3,000 interviews in public communication, in public transportation vehicles that traveled outside the area of surveyed zones, and also we talked to lorry drivers to establish the pattern of freight traffic on the roads. But what was even more difficult were the measurements we had to carry out. 116 junctions and nodes, 66 at the external perimeter, almost 200 in the internal perimeters, and in the railway we had 104 points. All the measurements were carried out with video registration, so as to be able to refer to those data in case of doubts regarding the analysis of the data. That's the advantage of video registration over the measurement takers, human takers who can commit errors. The blue points on the external perimeter were the ones where also the license plates were collected to establish the external traffic. So we carried out this study on a single day, 24 hours, and it was a major logistical undertaking to make it all work. As you can see, a rather ambitious project, a large project, and the challenges which we've faced were substantial as well. The first one, which is common to all the projects focused on transport behaviors, is simply entering people's houses and receiving objective data and reliable data, because that was the main task of the household surveys, was to collect the travel logs of citizens. So the survey takers go to people's houses, they ask questions about where people go, how often do they leave their houses, where do they travel to, etc. So establishing an hour at which one can be visited at their houses. To obtain all that, we've launched an information campaign informing about the when the surveys will be taken, how to find them. Also, we've launched a web page, KZK-GOP, and ask for the number of the license of the person who would and then check the personal data of the people who visited the households to verify the identity of the census takers. The first challenge, however, was related to the change of the geographical scope of the analysis. Fortunately, this happened at the beginning of the project. We launched in early June, and the change took place on the 1st of July. So this required us to remodel the first stages, because the further stages still haven't been designed at that stage at all. Another important issue was obtaining the agreement for taking the measurements. We didn't have any problems with the road managing authorities, but obtaining the agreement from Stale Export Company, which were located on overpasses about the A4 motorway, took us over a month, and we received it literally 24 hours before we started the measurements. So until the very last moment, we had no idea whether we would be able to carry out the survey and measurement. Also, a lot of stakeholders meant that there were a lot of opinions and a lot of factors that we had to take into consideration, and a lot of surveys means a lot of interviewers who needed to be trained and coordinated so that they would reach and carry out their objectives. Also, the 60 points on the perimeters, which had to be measured on a single day, involved such risks such as weather, which we had no influence on. Fortunately for us, on the 18th of April, we've managed to carry out all the measurements. All the cameras worked. No one stole any cameras from us, because this also happened. And this perimeter measurement is probably the largest success of our project, because it was the largest measurement of this type in Poland, and it was actually difficult to find a company who would be interested in collaborating with us. The company which agreed to work with us had to increase the equipment stocks by 40%. Also, these large parkings in small gminas meant trouble because we needed to have around 50 people interviewed, and some of those parkings were simply too small because they had 40 parking spots, and every day the same people would arrive there. We also had a problem with the black PR, with the interviewers who were often accused of some vested interests in entering people's houses. Throughout the entire measurement, we had just a single case of black PR in local media, but fortunately this did not affect our project. We've preceded the project with a media campaign which calmed the potential interviewees and respondents. So we did all that was possible to assure the persons that the interviewers had genuine objectives, and also the response rate, thanks to our actions, was quite high. What guaranteed the success of our project? It ends officially in 2 days, but I believe we can already speak of a great success. So first thing is very close cooperation between the contracting entity and the contractor. The contracting entity was ready to work with us, didn't avoid frequent consultations with us. Recently, I was involved in a project when I was asked explicitly not to call and write an email, so all the arrangements had to be done in writing. I personally believe that it's easier to set the general framework on the phone and then talk about the details on the phone, on the email. In one of the cases, I had to work only on emails. It was very annoying and inefficient. Here, fortunately, this was not the case, and we were communicating freely with our contracting entity. We also participated in regular meetings with the task force, with the contracting entities. We've discussed what was projected, what was being designed, what was currently being carried out. So we also discussed all the possible challenges and problems lying ahead of us and possible solutions to those. Also, the time that we had for the preparation of this project was invaluable. Sometimes huge investments in infrastructure take months of consultations before a renovation, which takes 24 hours. This was similar case of our project, because thanks to that we could foresee almost every scenario that was possible, and then think of ways to counteract the undesirable situations. Also, the contractor had experience in this type of projects, so we didn't speak this much of challenges and serious issues, but rather there weren't real problems, there were challenges, and this made it possible for us to implement this project. And thank you very much for your attention. That was all. Thank you. I bow my head. I saw a big difference between this survey. I saw a difference between this survey and going to the gym in January and then in December. How can we relate big data to public transportation? We'll now be supported in this matter by Mr. Deputy Dean of the Warsaw University of Technology, Mr. Maciej Grzenda. Please, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you very much for inviting me to the conference to be able to present the results of the surveys. This presentation is an effect of cooperation, is a result of cooperation between the partners of the project and concrete people, namely Robert Kunicki, Jarosław Legierski, Marcin Luckner, the people who were involved in coordinating the works of the teams. What am I going to talk about? The perspective, IT perspective. I will talk about that now. What's the perspective on processing data when it comes to functioning of transport system in a specific way relating to the project that we are finalizing right now? The finalizing time was Wawel project was end of November. It was financed from the EU funds. What does that mean? First of all, two areas. The area of collecting urban data for the needs of analyses that you've been talking about, for long-term analyses of effects of implementing various products with using hard, concrete data that show how these systems work on a micro scale, and thus give us the possibility of collecting aggregated information, and also, on the other hand, showing the examples of analyses of functioning. We've chosen some, maybe the most complicated ones are for separate presentations for scientific conferences, but on the other hand, we can look at very practical solutions that can be implemented in practice. But in general, we would need more time to get into details and present them in this way. Simultaneously, the point that I would like to head towards is the possibilities of developing of what we created within the project. This project is in the phase where we have ready-made products, and there's a possibility of further reusing of these products. As the Department of Mathematics and the Faculty of Mathematics and IT of the Technical University of Warsaw, the perspective was mathematical and IT-based. This is what we do. We offer data science studies. This is a new element of our offer, which was mentioned in the media due to a huge number of interested candidates. This is translated into organizing conferences. This is reflected in our projects and cooperations, most frequently with entrepreneurs, but in a further scope with the users of the project. So most of our projects are R&D projects where the assumptions and the challenge and the achievements the requirements are defined by our partners from abroad. So another starting point was cooperation on a national scale, but also international. These are the centers we cooperate as the faculty. These are the publications we have. This is to be taken from the database of the ministry to see where and with whom we published, and this is it. The starting point, big data and urban data. When you look at the definition of Gardner, it's a widely known definition, but we don't know what it means that there is a lot of data, that they are diversified, that they are various. Maybe the most concrete element is the element that tells us about innovativeness of new forms and the innovative way of processing this information. Gardner defines it in a way that it points out that we need new IT systems in order to process these data effectively. This is what inspired us, namely construct such new IT systems in terms of processing urban data, with a special emphasis on the data on the functioning of public transport and urban transport for agglomerations, in our case the Warsaw one. In practice, it means that when we talk about big data, we very often think about using new data that up to now have been treated or processed in this very moment. They were not put into archives, they were not further analyzed. A classical example is a system of localizing vehicles. It shows the current localization, or we can collect these data over a few years and then use it to analyze the system of our urban transport, for example. If we look at that from this perspective, if we take into consideration the number of various sources for the data which function in this urban space, which can be used for cross-analysis, there are a lot of them. They are localizations of vehicles collected by GPS devices. These are the systems that deal with the queues in the offices. This is the information we get from the logs from parking meters, monitoring systems for the town. So there are very many categories where we can take these data from. So one of the starting points for Wawel project was this one. This was a project realized internationally, financed from Age 2020, ICT 16 competition. And this competition was devoted to big data. And from this research innovative group, well, it has to be emphasized, it was a research innovative competition. So new solutions, new algorithms, new forms of analyzing data, in our case, directed at data being created in intelligent towns. This was important. In the group of the partners, there was Fraunhofer Institute from Germany, IBM Center from Ireland, Technion from Israel, a renowned scientific institute. But also in the assumptions, the project was co-defined and the requirements were based by two urban centers, Warsaw and Dublin. And these two cities provided data and also gave certain problems beyond state of problems, certain information from beyond state of art. Elaborating concrete IT tools was the point. On one hand, enhancing the functioning of the town. On the other hand, improving the quality of services offered and provided by the town, especially from the perspective of users. This is worth mentioning because we can say that, for example, planning the connections can be used with an external or globally or locally available app provided not by the town hall or by another player in the IT market. But in a situation when we look at these two objectives, then collecting the data by the town itself or by the local government unit becomes a very important objective, just to have these data for the needs of analysis and not only basing ourselves on external subjects who or which collect these data. This is important from the point of view of towns and local governments. As a research team of our faculty, we elaborated in cooperation with the capital city of Warsaw and with Orange Polska the platform for collecting and analyzing urban data, with special emphasis put on transport data, and this is what I'd like to concentrate on when giving examples. This means various solutions, architectonic, technical, programs of including IT programming, but also very concrete research publications. This is a part of the project, and I will concentrate on this part. The whole project is a project for 10 partners for 3 years, so of course there are very many solutions, scientific solutions related to that. But due to the topic of the conference, we chose the ones that are adequate. What is big data? This was our starting point as well. If we look at the general patterns, we have architectonic patterns that tell us how to process big data. They tell us that we have to, according to Lambda, Martz, and Lauren, we have to have these 3 layers. So basically, we have to have raw data, then process them in the online mode. In the speed layer, we have to do periodic analysis. This is kind of abstract, of course, because we have to refer this to very concrete requirements, very concrete solution in a given field or scope. This is not a ready-made idea for a system. Existing patterns within big data are general patterns dedicated to very many fields on much more abstract level. So our first task that we had to implement was to define the source of data, to construct the architecture of a solution that will reply namely such issues as how to plan the connections in urban communication, how to integrate the system with a mobile app, how to collect opinions from the citizens, from the users, how to implement long-term analyses. The data that we've used in the project, first of all, it's worth mentioning that these data, I will use my own device. These data that
Na tym chyba się nie da skorzystać ze wskaźnika laserowego, przepraszam.
Okay, so namely the data that we've been using are data that on one hand are at the disposal of the town hall. Sometimes they are available partially, they are available at the website of the town hall, but on the other hand they are data from other databases. And here we have the transport database system, and online we have almost a close to real-time availability of the data, but also the data provided by external parties. We used especially the data on the functioning of urban bike systems, data collected in the real time when looking at the situation in the stations of bikes, the Twitter opinions that the city shares on Twitter, the data about the activity of the users provided to us by Orange. Orange was one of the company Orange was one of the key partners in implementing this stage, but also the opinions of the citizens, information on the problems reported to us by the citizens. So very different data about localization of the vehicles, text data, structured ones, unstructured ones, partially structured ones, according to the needs of the project. But the fact that we do have the data available does not mean that they are ready to use. They have to be analyzed, processed. Sometimes there can be only a delay of a few seconds. This is why we wanted to elaborate a concrete solution when we compared the patterns of the project and the architecture we elaborated with the data. Then this became less trivial, because then, based with reference to the scheme I mentioned before, we have a mobile app, we have a system of connections within the urban network transport. So on one hand, we used worldwide known platforms for processing big data. There are a few of them, but that's a topic for a separate presentation. On the other hand, we created components of collecting urban data. So components that can catch, if it's possible in an online mode, information from various urban systems, and not only systems, but also not only urban, but also outside, for example, from Twitter. Second of all, we created components of processing this information. For example, GPS localization with a schedule just of a given vehicle, just to see if this vehicle comes on time, or maybe if it's beyond or if it's just about to reach the starting point, or if it's just a technical one. In the data, there's everything, but we have to order these data. This is why these components are useful. Then, for storing these data, we had other components, because we can keep and store a given piece of information for a long time, and later on we can say how the system functioned a year ago when this particular part of the line was not reconstructed, or maybe when this part of the road was not commissioned yet, and how it functions now, not only on a micro scale, but also on the scale of assimilating hundreds of connections. We can check later on how the investments influenced the real time of connection, either with an urban bike or a tram or a bus, because this is a real life perspective, a real perspective of a user, just to see what is available in terms of means of transport and the connection. And also then a mobile app, which is this user interface for the citizens, for the inhabitants who use these solutions. As a result, we created a whole group of components that form this integrated system. We call it Use for IoT. This is the platform we've elaborated together with the town hall, with the city, town hall of the capital city of Warsaw. These are the components for collecting data, for storing data. Right now we have over 2 billion nodes or information on the localization of vehicles. We've been collecting this data second after second for 2 years now via the newest localizations, the system for localizations. Analyses online, in an online mode, for the needs of the inhabitants. How can I get from point A to point B, but also taking into consideration the delays that are registered in the system. A mobile application dedicated for the users, for the inhabitants. So from the perspective of the user interface, which is just a tiny part of this whole solution relating to collecting data, we have a mobile app which guarantees information about the connections. This is maybe nothing spectacular, but in our connections we take into consideration the real localization of the vehicles and not just the timetable. This is an added value already. Also, a user will get in an online mode, will get information about events or for example, whatever is published by the Directorate of Urban Transport, maybe some information on congestion because there are 3 trams, one behind the other in the same localization for 5 minutes. So automatic analysis of data in a time close to real one, at the same time resulting in information for the user on the go. This is an example of the activity of users of mobile phones based on the example of data from the company Orange. What you can see here is a profile, a weekly profile, which shows the activity of mobile phone users. If these users were not in an area of a given shopping mall, they wouldn't be sending such text messages, for example. So such profiles can be created for chosen locations, for chosen zones. They have been created within the project. They can be shopping malls, railway or bus stations, or universities. This is the insight for the specialists who plan the timetables and schedules. So this expert knowledge is an intrinsic element of the whole system, but this is one more element so that the expert can, based on hard data, plan transport solutions. One of the effects, one of the results we can observe is the information whether a newly constructed district with blocks of flats is already active or not, whether whether the data from that district can be used. We have also ready-made profiles for all atypical days. So this is the problem of planning schedules for such periods as days before Christmas or maybe long weekends, where a crucial question is what the spatial distribution of people on these days in different places of the town is. As an effect, as a result, we have unlimited scope for analysis. The collected data on the micro scale, just a few analysis like clusters of bus stops based on the biggest number of vehicles. All the analyses can be implemented not only based on the data from the schedule, but also data including the real localization of the vehicles, which include real-time delays. What can be important from the perspective of identifying the number of cars in various zones, for example, identifying cars on a given fragment of the road, or maybe public transport vehicles on a given fragment of the road, whether there is no situation where there are various vehicles that get accumulated on a given fragment against the plans of those who planned this route. Sometimes it's not the problem is not the lack of vehicles in those nodes, but too many vehicles there. Sometimes this is what influences the functioning of the system. We can use this data for simulation. For example, a simulation on 100, 200 or 500,000 connections between point A and point B, analyzing the time we need to get from A to B, by using various means of transport, whether these points are communicated in a good way or not, if this is good at all times of the day, whether there are periods when it's more difficult, whether in practice it's more difficult to change from one vehicle to another because of delays, and then the time to change is too short. So all these solutions can be prepared based on these data. Summing up, we have the big data platform at our disposal as one of the examples of the achievements in the IT world. This is the possibility of storing data with a second of delay or with a few seconds of delay, depending on the equipment we have at our disposal. We can process data of any volume. This, however, doesn't mean that we have ready-made solutions when it comes to processing urban data, that we have a crystallized canon of what to do in this case. This, of course, requires dedicated solutions from the point of view of transport, public services, urban transport services, and also engines that generate the connections. How to choose this architecture? This is to create all these components. This is what we did within the project. As an effect, one of the results of the Wawel project and the platform we created within the project is the possibility to collect the data on a micro scale for a chosen period of time. Their integration, taking into consideration the delays with reference to the text information that, for example, 8 months ago something happened. There was a marathon in that place which influenced the functioning of the system. All these data are kept in archives and they are integrated. And that's a starting point for very many types of analyses, namely some of these, the ones we've heard in previous presentations during the conference. We plan to continue on developing the platform and concrete components of the platform. In the Wawel project, it is all powered by the needs of the real users and people who create such data and who can benefit from such data. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Between Camp 1 and 2 was where I had the largest crisis of my life. I gave up. I said, I'm not a step further. But at that time, the leader of the expedition, the American who was the financial director of American Express, supported me and knew really how to pep talk to people. And he said, Piotr, you're losing in your head all the money, everything you put into this trip. You're losing it. And then I said, no, really, I'm not going. But you're losing also in your head the hopes of your family, your clothes. And that's what really caught with me, because my father gave me the book about conquering Mount Everest. My grandfather took me to first hiking trips. So the point of what we're doing is crucial, and we remember about it when we're in times of crisis. So he asked me, how can I help you? And I said, give me something to eat, give me something to drink. So now time for refreshment. So 20 minutes past 1 is when I invite you back. The lunch will be served here outside the room. See you after the break.
is right. Whatever you want to do, let me be good to you. I wanna hold ya, squeeze ya, do all I can for you. I wanna love ya. Teach ya, make all your dreams come true. Hey yo, hey yo,
Ja mam jedyneczkę teraz, dobra. Jest już? Dobra. Zapraszamy, zapraszamy. Proszę zająć miejsca, żebyśmy skończyli o czasie, bo transport odjeżdża.
So, transport should leave on time and some need to be on time on the platform. So we invite you all wholeheartedly to join us in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, please come and join us. I visited every table and I just don't know how should I do it.
Przy każdym stoliku już nie będę ten. No ale tak mało. Tak? Ale czy my mamy wszystkich? Mamy panelistów. Mamy. Pani jest, pani Aneta? Dobra. No ja także zajmę nasz czas.
Okay, let me entertain you while we wait for
tych, co próbują wejść na Everest wchodzi. Jest to bardzo dokładnie
our speakers. Around half of those who try to climb Mount Everest actually do that. That's very meticulously measured by the Ministry of Tourism and Aviation. Two-thirds uphill to Mount Everest is the Lhotse mountain, a mountain that we know very well because that's where Mr. Kukuczka, one of the world's best climbers, perished years ago. And in the meantime, please come and join us in the panel on the capacities and limitations of studies. And this session will be facilitated by Sławomir Podgórski, and in the meantime, hello, I'd like to invite Miss Joanna Noga-Bogomilska, who's a legal advisor at the Department of Data Management of Digital Affairs. Please join us at your designated seats. I'd also like to invite Ms. Aneta Kostelecka, Senior Project Manager at PBS. Also Professor Olgierd Wyszomirski, the Director of the City Transport Authority in Gdynia, and representing also the University of Gdańsk, and Miss Professor Elżbieta Załoga from the University of Szczecin. And I also ask Mr. Sławomir Podgórski of OV Arup and Partners International Limited. And I will ask for the introduction presentation on the opportunities and limitations of research. Since the Ministry in Nepal takes figures of how many persons climbed the Everest, do they have statistics on how many people managed to descend successfully? Hello, I represent the team of consultants working for Over Arup company, who's been selected as the technical advisor for the Centre for EU Transport projects. We're a legal advisor, a technical advisor, and operational advisor, one of our tasks was to analyze the conditions for evaluation studies in the scope of current legal framework. And the first thing we came across was the GDPR introduced on the 25th of May. So as in regards to Śląsk studies, the study was lucky enough not to have GDPR, and because what was possible then theoretically is possible now, but not exactly. So in our analysis, we evaluated the risks, but in regards to GDPR, in those 10 minutes, I'll refer to the most important issues related to evaluation studies, which will constitute a framework for both the Centre for EU Transport Projects and the beneficiaries. First of all, I'd like to point to the fact that we have new legal definitions, which may not be something completely new in comparison to the Act of 1997 on the protection of personal data, but their meaning has changed. And first of all, the definition of personal data has changed, and currently it's any possible information that allows identification of physical persons. And please note that the focus is on natural persons. Sorry. The full name of GDPR also includes reference to natural persons, which clearly indicates that the object of protection is the persons, not the data, which is a clear shift in the accents of the legal framework and how GDPR wants to change our mindset. So the protection of personal data is the protection of rights and freedoms of natural persons, of the citizens of the Union. And please note that it's breaking away from this certain formalism in the protection of personal data, and also trying to avoid certain responsibilities related to any infringements to these data. Now the full burden of responsibility lays within the data managers and inspectors. I'd also like to point to the fact that the definition of data processing has been formulated in GDPR in a very open way, and it refers to operations or sets of operations carried out on data, on sets of data. GDPR offers certain catalogue of exemplary actions, but it's not exhaustive. Please note that for the first time, reviewing data or viewing data, the passive actions have become classified as data processing, and we should bear that in mind when analyzing the issue of personal data in light of GDPR. Another element is the consent for data protection, so the consent from data subjects whose data will be processed. What's important is that the form of this consent is very flexible. It has to be affirmatory action, and the form is selected by the administrator, but on the other hand, he is responsible for proving that he in fact did possess the consent. This is a fundamental shift in approach to the responsibility of the administrator, and it's the administrator who takes the risk of proving that they have rightfully obtained the data and for the purpose that we are actually using them. The regulation introduces several principles which are reflected in specific provisions based due to time constraints. I wouldn't like to go into too many details, but I'd like to point to at least several elements, or those that are crucial for the issues we're discussing today. First of all is the confidentiality and integrity of data. This moves the responsibility for protecting the data, both technically and actually, to the administrator. This data should be protected technically so that they are never, first of all, violated in terms of integrity, and secondly, they're disclosed or publicized. Legalization for processing. GDPR indicates legal basis for processing. Consent is just one aspect. It's also statutory provisions or specific regulations, an agreement or actions carried out based on the agreement with specific persons. These are very specific provisions which regulate when data processing is legally acceptable. The information responsibility is an entitlement of the processor of the data to carry out specific activities with the data. Please note the right to be forgotten. I, as the natural person, need to have this right to be forgotten granted, and there need to be technical measures to carry out this act of forgetting. As for the CEUTP, our analysis indicates clearly that for they to be able to talk even about the data, the center needs, first of all, to receive consent of natural persons, both in terms of data on beneficiaries as well as other persons whose data is collected through surveys and then used for evaluation processes. CEUTP will need to prove each time that they have consent from each of those persons. There cannot be a pre-assumption that if there is an agreement with a beneficiary and a natural person is mentioned, this person is by default agreeing to processing of their data. CEUTP will be obliged to also inform about the data processing. They will need to also be able to carry out the activities required by the demand to be forgotten. Also, the data processing entity will need to act based on Article 28, the agreement of entrusting data. Oh, I'm sorry. What should such agreement contain? The objective for data collection needs to be clearly established. The aim of processing, the time of storage of data is another important element. The data cannot be stored indefinitely, which is important for evaluation processes, because at the moment the data is collected, the storage period needs to be already established. We need to know exactly for how long will we be needing the data and for what purposes will we be using them in the future. Of course, the agreements force the entities that process the data for CEUTP to take responsibility for processing the data, which does not preclude responsibility in its entirety for any GDPR infringement by CEUTP. The center will need to prove all the due diligence was carried out and that all means were taken to protect the data from possible infringement. So the manner of data protection needs to be adequate to the risks related to sharing, disclosing of the data. So the entire process of creating of data protection process should start with a risk analysis. What risks are foreseen in case of data storage, data breach, and their improper use. So the administrator's responsibility will be to adjust actual legal and technical means to eliminate all the possibilities of breaches so as to safeguard the rights of the natural persons who will be protected by the GDPR. And this is the reality in which we'll be functioning in the next perspective. So this is what we need to bear in mind, especially in terms of evaluation activities. And please excuse this fast pace, but it's difficult to summarize 120 pages in less than 10 minutes. But we also need to add that at the end of this session there will be a Q&A session, and so if anyone will have any remarks, they're more than welcome to add questions. So opportunities and limitations of research. We'll start with a very ample question, which is the transport policy and its preparation. How do statistics contribute? Professor, you have the most ample experience in documents of this high tier. And when sometimes I go through this kind of documents, I have this impression that the statistics that are presented there are rather general. Is it really so that it's only the general statistics that shape those documents, or when the document is prepared, more detailed sources are contacted? Thank you very much. Thank you for your invitation to this interesting debate. Of course, my experience may stem from my participation in the preparation for EU accessions and adjusting Polish statistics to international standards. And as a result of those works, a project was created, financed by FAIR funds in 1996, titled ITIS, which is the Integrated Transport Statistics System, which was prepared by our Ministry of Transport. And the international participation of foreign institutions allowed us to create, by standards from that period, something that was truly ideal as a tool for elaborating transport strategies. But answering the question directly, I will say that the strategic documents are in fact formulated, and I say they should be based on very general data that's supplied by the statistics. The strategic documents are usually mid or long term in their perspective, so such solution is justified, and the high degree of details is not necessary in this kind of documents. And I believe that the Statistics Poland, which already in the 1990s did establish an initiative for separating the maritime statistics from transport statistics. The office is located in Szczecin, and at the time of creation of this unit, I worked half-time for Statistics Poland, And I was asked to give hints on what data should be included into public statistics as basics for developmental programs and for daily scientific analyses. This, of course, is growing. The Statistics Poland is involved in many European projects, which ever more clearly and in more detail define the fields of information that are necessary. But I must admit that we use a different methodology in assessing the reality from statistical standpoint. We rarely use the methods that used to be used, such as extrapolation of trends and indicating the trends of phenomena. We use heuristic methods, which is expertise, intuition, knowledge, and the one which includes the turbulence of our environment. Thank you very much.
So, as Professor said it in a fluent way, this leads us to the second question to another professor. As a practitioner on an urban level, namely the level which is closer to a human being, you have contact on a daily basis with certain decisions that are obligatory to make. So what are the methods used today? How can we use the data when making decisions concerning the future? The day before yesterday, I was listening to a presentation from Vienna where they said that in Vienna there is water from alpine sources because aqueducts were built 500 years ago. So when we think in terms of infrastructure, we think in a long-term perspective. That is why I wanted to ask, that's what Professor suggested, when we look at the extrapolarization of the trend, how do we use the data today to predict the future? Well, I'm not for extrapolarizing the trend, but what I need is the data from the surveys that we've been carrying out for over 30 years of preferences and transport-related behaviors. I started carrying out such survey years ago, and I've been doing these since 1994, every 2 or 3 years. But the problem I have, which is growing, is to extract information from these data which I could trust. Why? Because I can't get the representative picture of these data. We are trying to comfort ourselves that we do have the representative image. Well, maybe I'm looking at you. You're the author of the book on marketing research. Am I right? Oh, that was my husband. Yes, that was your husband, right? I very often quote this book. There is a very interesting approach relating to the requirements of the representative aspect of the research. And even looking at this technical random root book, it doesn't give us the representative aspect of the data, and we are trying to treat it as a golden means to be representative. However, traditional choosing randomly people for the surveys shows us that people have their official residence address in a different place where they live, and sometimes they refuse. And one of the aspects of life quality is not wasting time for something that they find useless. So on one hand, it's great that this campaign is proposed before the survey starts so that we can encourage people. Who knows, maybe soon we will have to pay people for their willingness to participate in the surveys. Maybe this will be a certain impulse, but not everybody needs money, and especially such amounts of money. So this is not a method. So refusals show that the representativeness gets lower. It showed us that in last year's research, for the first time, it will be less than 50%, which in my case will be translated into a big risk in the form of difficulty to, in a way, to internally convince myself that these are representative data and that without a risk of making a major mistake, I can make decisions based on the results from these surveys. And the same can be applied to the project evaluation. So, namely,
A jest przecież coraz więcej danych, które są...
So the fact that we talk about data as representative has relation to the fact that they are generated automatically. So now a question to Ms. Bogomilska. How does your department look toward, what does the department think towards making the data public? For example, data that are taken from CEPIC database. For example, if we look at some diagnostic information in terms of vehicles, this is important, this is crucial information, but somehow we have to make it anonymous. We have to do something with these data so that these data can be dealt with. Do you have any idea of how to do it? Thank you very much for the invitation to the conference and to the panel. Very interesting topic. I must admit that research issues are familiar to me, both from family reasons and professional reasons, and also GDPR was implemented by the Ministry of Digitalization. This is one of the regulations that is obligatory. A CEPIC database, we have to remember that there are two issues. One thing is that there's personal data in the database, and within this matter, the regulations are strict, and they say that these data can't be shared like that. That there are certain restrictions. There is this regulation 80C of the Act on Transport, and it defines who can get access to these personal data within the database. So in this scope, there are not too many options. There's also a regulation which allows people who prove their legal interest to access these data, but that's not the point. When it comes to statistical data, which are apart from personal data, in the very act on the law of transport, there are options that allow us the secondary use of data in the public sector. And when we follow these acts, what this secondary use or secondary implementation means, there appears this application form system. So we would have to think how to, so basically academic environments can apply for access to properly process data? I think that yes, but we have to have these regulations in mind. So every application form will be dealt with individually. We can try to follow this path and see what happens. But when it comes to, well, there's no such a possibility. Well, there is the Act itself, and the Act foresees, on one hand, when there's an application form submitted. On the other hand, there is this information guide which mentions the initiatives that, for example, certain elaborations, certain works can be published, but there should be an initiative showing to which extent it's necessary. Then we would have to analyze if this is to be published in this informative guide or if this is something that requires an application form. Let me continue with this topic a little bit, because when I look at different works and studies, we see two trends or main directions when it comes to publications, where sometimes statistical data or data are published in the form of PDF files, which are difficult to process, and then it's difficult to extract this it involves a lot of work to extract this information. And the second path, more and more institutions are using it, is the one where the data are made public in the form of ready-made databases. Even Statistics Poland has tools that in the form of web applications enable generating any report in a graphic form, in the form of graphs or maps. So this is a question to the professor. Again, do you see the chance or the potential of using data which is not necessarily in the public statistics, but they result from the activities of the public institutions, just like here in one of the previous presentations we mentioned, for example, the data on punctuality of means of transport. They are very detailed data, but I mean the source. It's not public statistics, but these data are generated elsewhere. Are these things, or should these things be taken into consideration when formulating transport policies on different levels? I have an opinion. My opinion is that the lower the decision-making level, the more detailed data are required, the more detailed complexity is required. So when we talk about smart cities, that we have to adjust to certain options, and there are those plans of sustainable mobility. Most cities have such plans, and we have the requirements of the decision makers of the public life who are responsible for creating not traditionally projects based on transport, but transport projects based on a person, on individual human beings, on people who construct this environment. Because of that, we need completely different data, less technical data and more data on the behavior of the inhabitants, on their mobility patterns, on their households, not only about the structure of the households, but also the level of prosperity, how far they are from the main center, what distance there is between the communication network. So when it comes to the cities, we have to collect more data and more detailed data. Yes, but the question is about the form. What you already signaled is that the distance from the place where we live to the place where we work, to the basic activity place. In Warsaw, from what I've heard, I don't know how it formally looked like, but there was a map created which allows everybody who moves to Warsaw to estimate that if I work somewhere, then if I find an apartment here, it shows me what my commute would be in terms of time and back. So there are such initiatives that they are called hackathons, and these are initiatives that involve the community very strongly, namely especially IT community, and this is where the digitalization ministry sees the potential to generate, like if we give certain data to process, then people will know and will do their best to do something that we will all take benefit from. OpenStreetMap is the best example. It's a non-commercial format where anybody can add some information that there's a forest in this place, that there's a road in this place, like an expressway close to Poznań. There was before it was published anywhere else. Can you see this such a possibility? And would that be maybe helpful in terms of increasing the transparency of social life?
From the perspective of our metropolis, where we've organized a hackathon, the metropolis said, here's the data, what can we do with it? And at this point, just by looking at the CEPIC database, one could say that in a given area or powiat cities or any other administration units, the mobility is higher, lower, how much higher, much lower. If we take the Lubuskie Voivodeship, the commuting is completely different than in Warsaw, where people commute from Katowice to Warsaw. Yes, I believe this is an interesting direction to search for specific solutions, but it would seem that we need to find legal basis for particular activities by the ministry. I represent the business milieu. So I certainly look more for basis for doing something than against doing things. But one needs to bear in mind that the ministry operates within the boundaries of legal provisions. So this is the direction we should pursue, and our department at the Ministry of Digital Affairs takes wide and ample actions to support entrepreneurs. I hope this is clearly visible, but in terms of data in national registries such as CEPIC database, we need to tread cautiously. This instrument for data processing in a secondary process as a part of data in the public sector seems to be the right tool, but I'm not sure how far could I declare specific actions. No, we do not expect any definite declarations. Yes, but we need to know that a very specific question which could be generated based on the act that I mentioned before would be referred to specific administrative action. And we need to weigh and find legal basis for such provision of services, because we are aware that we as representatives of administration, we are obliged of supplying those services to the society, but we would need a specific project and a specific query, and so that we know what could we offer, because there is certainly openness on our side, but we would need to know the legal boundaries of our activities. I'll cite one of the politicians who also originated from an entrepreneurial milieu, and he entered public services, and he was asked whether he was interested in transplanting business pattern to his administrative practice. He said that at first he planned to indeed introduce such measures, but then he read the acts, and that's the sad reality. But I'll ask Ms. Aneta and Mr. Sławomir about one thing. Everyone wants the research to be as good as possible, but where is the limit after which we say enough? Someone said that better than good research is to have cheap research. So based on the interviews you've mentioned before, when is the time to say, okay, enough is enough, 2,000 interviews is fine, 3,000 interviews is fine? Well, the data, the research doesn't need to be good, it of course needs to be quick and cheap, and all of those three things together. So there are two fields of evaluation of studies. First is the size of the sample. We use the maximum estimation error, and if we take any simulator online, we'll find that above a certain threshold, increasing the sample by 1,000 reduces the error by one promille. So in our study we had 95 communities, and each of them wanted to have some information about them. So we had the limit of 50 households. So each household would have 2 persons. So we would need 100 interviews per commune or gmina. So this is of course not enough to evaluate the conditions of living in a certain gmina, but the gmina authorities had something tangible as a result of our test. But the third and most difficult and challenging field is the scope of questions in the survey. We can set our sample, and then we need to create the questionnaire, and it turns out that from the basic logbook, which is the basic objective, so who, when and how commute, produces a questionnaire for 45 minutes. So each unit within the project would want to have all the answers possible, because we'll get the data. Maybe we're not sure if we'll use them, but we'll have them just in case. So when designing questionnaires and when teaching my employees how to produce questionnaires, I always repeat that you need to know precisely why do you need a specific question, how will you use it, and when. And if we know answers to those 3 questions in each of the questionnaire, and we receive reliable answers that give sufficient grounds for the existence of these questions, then we're on the good side. I believe we should separate 2 things: the statistical data and personal data. There are different regulations for processing both of them. So there's the question of the limit, and GDPR changes the perception. First, we need to know the objective for collecting of the data, and not only for the collection, but also the exact manner in which we will process the data. All of this needs to be known up front, and this specifies the scope of data. We cannot gather data just in case. We cannot gather data which are redundant for a given objective, and the sample size will be delimited by the objective, and it's up to the methodologists to establish the size of the sample that will be adequate. But in the first place, we need to know what we want and why do we want it, and that's the new philosophy that we need to bear in mind. And secondly, we need a basis, a legal basis, for collecting the data. And you mentioned CEPIC database. Let's take the data on the parking zones in the centers, and let's see how people pay. And CEPIC, the database on drivers, is a source of information on persons who pay fines for not paying for parking. So who can demand access to the data? Well, a public company which is responsible for data, but it all went fine until the parking meters were introduced, which collect the license plate number, and there is an Supreme Administrative Court ruling that says that sensible data cannot be used for collecting fines for and fees for parking. So the protection of natural persons is a priority. Of course, GDPR leaves certain gaps, or such as statistical data or historical data. Well, let me just add that the Silesian study was before GDPR, and well, we recently carried out a project in which the contracting entity wanted the data containing the addresses of respondents, and this meant that we needed to establish the administrator of the data. Although the data was gathered on tablets, we needed to print out also a lot of documents with the consent, and everyone who ever participated in such study knew that the exact addresses were redundant, and 3 words of bad phrasing in the contract caused a lot of trouble. And back to the license plates, well, also there are cases when someone else borrows my car and uses my car. Professor, you mentioned the data collected from since 1994. in Gdańsk. And apart from the problems such as gated communities, etc., how has the data collecting technique changed? The technology has undergone a fundamental transformation. Are today different methods used than 30 years ago? In spite of all the changes, I still believe most strongly in interviews. I agree with Ms. Aneta that the questionnaire needs to be limited to a reasonable number of questions. And this is also a problem for us because we finance those surveys from public funds, and certain questions are imposed as necessary for political decisions. And what those decisions will be, it's difficult to foresee at the moment of creation of the questionnaire, but we pay a lot of attention to control of implementation of studies and data reduction. And in this case, the most efficient method is a paper questionnaire, where on the same day it has to be turned in by the company that carries out the survey, and on the very first day also the preliminary reduction is carried out so that we can contact the respondents as quickly as possible to complement the data, to eliminate possible errors or lacks of data. But I'd like to stress, do not want to outsource the entire data gathering to a single company from designing, collecting, and then a reduction of the data. I would feel uncomfortable if I receive a ready report. The reduction is what we do ourselves, and this reduction is what guarantees the sense of higher reliability of the data, and reliability is fundamental for us. And to secure that reliability, we need to use the paper questionnaire, although we are aware there are more simple and easier technologies, but in terms of reliability, they are not matching the paper questionnaire. This shows the passion of Professor about what he does every day, and if we meet someone after 10 or 15 minutes, we already know if someone does what they do as a passion or as a professional obligation. So I'm very happy to have Professor with us here today. And now maybe a short pause. The organizers organized a quiz. Two short questions. Today, each of us agrees that the majority of persons have cars, but promoting sustainable transportation can take many forms. We are dependent on cars up to the degree that when we go on holiday, we rent a car. If we crash the car, there are immediately car rentals which are there to help us. So we have grown to be a part of the car, and we say they crashed my door as if the door was part of my body. Or let's say a Mitsubishi car caused a collision. It's not the person who drove, but the car that caused the accident. So there are two questions here which may inspire us to maybe sometimes leave the car Oh, and here are the results. Well, this is a very heartwarming result. If over 2/3 of respondents support car-free zones around schools and kindergartens, which would force the children to walk to school, that's a beautiful gift for our children. I'm always about keeping the questionnaire short, but I think a relevant question would be to ask, do you have a child in school or kindergarten age? Well, these were the limitations of organizational nature. Before that, we had a much more elaborate question, which include questions about the number of children and etc., etc. But the organizers forced me to cut it to as small size as possible. Of course, that's a good idea. I believe that the subject of walking to school causes more interest. Who of you would be for introducing a 500-meter radius zone of car-free zone around the school? And if so, why not? You know, the question should be simple, should be easy to understand. We often fall into too much details. What if there is a fire? What if an ambulance comes? What about the inhabitants of this zone? What about the handicapped children? But the idea was to show a trend, or maybe to point to an issue of persons who don't drive the car right up to the classroom because there is the stairs somewhere along the way, because that's often the case. I'm sorry, the interpreters cannot hear what the professor says as they do not hold the microphone. Professor, a long time ago, in the 90s, when I started my studies, I was fascinated by how Professor always opted for directness, and how such high level of directness resulted from the fact that with each change of mean of transport, new ticket needed to be bought. So what's important today is the time of travel and the comfort. And I believe that today parents often in caring for the security of the children want the public transportation to resemble car travel, because one person can drive a child to school by bus, another can go and pick them up, and in case of school we see how people are attached to the idea of driving the child to school. 500 meters is not a problem, but I've once, during the talks at the commission of the city council, I've noted that the public transportation is an issue for children because of the viruses My daughter started commuting on her own by bus, and well, you're very well known for bold decisions, aren't you? But just one more question to all of us here in the room. How do we ask the right questions? Everyone wants to be young, rich, and beautiful rather than old, poor, and ugly. So how do we ask the right questions? No, Professor, you of course are all the first three of the list. So how do we formulate the question so that we get the right answers?
It's a very difficult question, and I don't know if there's one answer to answer this question. We have to realize that we, as human beings, tend to surround ourselves by people similar to us. So if we talk about certain issues in our environment, it's very likely that these answers will be in line with what we feel. However, if we want to have a look in the milieu, like beyond our closest environment, it would be good to ask people not from our closest environment. That's the first issue. So another thing would be, like in transport surveys or research, I think that quality surveys or research are not that common. There's usually 1 or 10 or 25 features mentioned, like why do you choose cars, and we tick these answers, and of course there is always comfort and maybe some other obvious answers, whereas quality approach is something where we can deepen the questions and the issues. I don't know whether you know what quality research type of study is. It's where a moderator has a very general outline and there's a group of people, but the moderator can decide how he is going to form the questions to get to those hidden motivations. So when it comes to soft issues, I think that this quality approach is not that, qualitative approach is not that common. When it comes to travel logs, we ask about facts, and for some time, for maybe 4 or 5 years, we've stopped asking in our surveys about the source and the destiny of the journey. This was very difficult to understand by the respondents, and I'm a fan of paper surveys myself. So when you first write the source and then the origin destination, and then another one that prolonged the time the interviewer had to work. So we asked where this person was at midnight as the origin of first journey, and then we ask about the next place. So for example, driving a child to school and the motivation, and then work or maybe lunch. So this causes that respondents find it easier to answer this question, and interviewers have less work. As a lawyer, I have to say that we have to form questions in a precise way. I can only add that the representative aspect of the data means that there will be the representatives of both groups in this sample. So if we can pass to the GDPR issue, which has been with us from the very beginning, we live in a reality where every now and then, every moment we agree to do something, we click on agreements. If we want to go online, the banks know where we did transactions. What does GDPR say about this? There are so many data. Everybody leaves a track, and this track is huge. So if we find someone's mobile, we can say absolutely anything about a given person. On the other hand, there's a public sector, and a public sector has to look at regulations. Well, I understand you're asking about a situation where all those digital solutions enable us tracing and, in a way, leaving this trace in the internet. Of course, I will put it like that. I have on many conferences said that already, where we talked about the the beginnings of the GDPR were the agreements and the information clauses were sent to everybody, and everybody was fed up with that. I remember on one of the conferences, I started the discussion. I said that I would like to get an information clause from the companies from which I haven't received these, because the ones who already sent that to me, I knew that my data had already been processed by these companies. I ordered the book some time ago, I have an account in a bank, but every now and then we have this feeling that our data are all around present in the internet, and maybe we haven't received such information from certain companies that process our data. We would all wish our data were processed based on our informed consent. This is a key basis for processing the data that the administrators should take advantage of, should use. And as we already mentioned, there is this information obligation. We do express informed consent. On the other hand, we should get the information how the data are processed, throughout which time and what for, but this aim of processing is very important. Now, we can probably enumerate very few situations where we expressed such consent and these data are still around. We have to remember about two things. The consent is not the only basis for processing the data. This consent, even though it's in the under A letter in Article 6, it should be read as the last basis for processing data when all the others fail us. And when it comes to using data for marketing purposes, the basis that, based on the directive or the Act from 1997, was implemented before, now the name changed a bit, is using the data indispensable for realizing a justified interest of the administrator. So this is the premise that gives us this possibility of processing data, even if we didn't have the consent. But we should remember that within this information obligation, we should inform people that the basis for processing the data is not only the consent, but also this justified interest. On the other hand, we have to remember that the moment we inform someone, we have to obey the rules or the rights or maybe the claims that the person can have. Like, for example, disagreement, not agreeing to process the data, or certain claims to withdraw the data. This is when the administrator knows how he's going to process these data. We also have to be aware that some companies, I do believe that certain companies, well, GDPR, we've had it since May 25, and the databases have been here for years, and they've been constructed for years. So in a way, the purpose of processing the data has been changed. GDPR has foreseen that. One of the sections of Article 14 says that if the objective, this primary objective for which we collected data is changed, then what then? Then we are obliged to inform such a person that these data are processed with a different purpose. And this is related to the topic you mentioned. And I have a feeling, I hope what I said is clear. So the problem is not the legality of processing the data. It has to be analyzed ad casum to see whether we obey the law while processing these data, or whether our administrators do it according to the law. But it's also important to see if we've fulfilled this information requirement, this GDPR. We have to comply with it. We've had to comply with it for the past 6 months. I'm not representing a monitoring authority here. I don't have such tools. But if you talk from the perspective of us, citizens, whose data, that's how I understood the question, whose data are processed by companies, then the truth is that this supervising authority, well, I had this occasion, I worked for 6 years in the Office for Protecting Consumers and Competition, so I can see certain similarities between the monitoring authority president right now to the institutions that functioned before. What is important is to fulfill this information requirement, and the authority has to enforce that adequately. The question I would like to pose is the following. If we look at the results of the studies have been carried out in different ways, but in an ideal reality, we should have the same sample group or control group before an investment and after an investment in order to assess whether there have been any problems, whether expressing the consent at the beginning by people who evaluate tram communication in Warsaw, whether on the basis of the same consent we can ask the same people in 2 years to assess if anything improved or maybe improved but not adequately. How do you see that? Before the panel, we talked about that. GDPR requires showing the period in which data will be stored, and this is what CEUTP is facing right now, because in order to evaluate the effectiveness after finishing some project, it would be absolutely it would be justified to go back to the data of the people who expressed their opinions before the project. So when taking the first consent, it would be good to state the purpose and to show this evaluative purpose and maybe the time, and the reason why these data will be collected, in order not to go back to this consent and just to be able to use the same consent twofold in two ways, for this initial analysis and for evaluation, which will take place afterwards. But sometimes it's difficult to define this time. Our investment process sometimes takes twice that much as we planned, and this is something that we definitely have to face. Second of all, we have to technically secure these data and store them in an appropriate way. They have to be protected. They have to be secured in a way that they can be identified after some time, so that we could decipher the person who is there saved in the data after some time. This is necessary also for other purposes. For this information requirement means I have to have access to the data if the person who gave me the data has certain claims or rights. I have to have this possibility of matching the person to the survey that he or she completed electronically, 3 years earlier. These are the technical organizational challenges that we all face. So once again, we have to plan exactly in a very detailed way why, but right now we have to know what we might use these data for later on. Excuse me, but in representative research, there's no necessity of going back to the same respondents. We can have a new control group, a new sample. It's much better and it's much more efficient. I'm just a solicitor. Well, but the law makes research more difficult, and we have to look for the simplest solutions. I understand, I agree there's a certain conflict. Let me just repeat, as you said, there's a possibility of showing what the interest is, which is the basis for collecting, why we are collecting certain data. I think there's a hierarchy of values that exist in this system. If someone says that protection of the goods, of assets belonging to individual persons is not performed in a good way, then certain people have a problem with that. There was a certain history, there were hysterical reactions in a way in Poland when these regulations were introduced. The IT environment started creating things that are not required by GDPR, like every day we have to change the password in our computers and so on. But in other countries in the West, I haven't seen such hysterical reactions, because I imagined what happened. Like, if there was this hysterical reactions in Poland, my question was, what was happening before GDPR was introduced? What had been happening with our data? Because the West adopted GDPR in a much calmer way than in Poland. Well, when it comes to the objectives of statistics, we have encountered in an institution which, let's be open, which has not that much money at its disposal and has to distribute it according to certain procedures. And the topic that bothers everybody who had anything to do with EU funds is determining the net effect of the investment. If we take a town that a mid-sized town that invested in rolling stock, they bought 20 or 30 new buses, but at the same time they introduced communication which was free of charge. They changed the schedules. There were more buses. In the effect, as a result, there are more passengers, but the problem is how to extract this net result of the investment. What is this, that there are more people, that there are more buses and buses are every half an hour and not every hour? Or is it the result of new buses or cheap tickets? In Gdynia, a lot has been invested in public communication. Trolleybus, for example, is a good example. A lot of money has been invested in it. Have you faced any problems? Because maybe someone questioned by saying, well, of course there are more passengers, but it's not the result of investment, but because of the fact that at the trolleybus line there's a new district, for example, living district. Nobody questioned that, but they would be able to do that, because even if our methodology was the best, we wouldn't be able to extract this net result. This is why I prefer complex projects, not only consisting of buying new rolling stock. If we want to be competitive when applying for EU funds, we have to look for complex solutions, not only new fleet, but also special lanes for group transport means, intelligent steering of the traffic lights, which enable providing the priority, changes in the schedules, changes in the fares of the tickets. Right now we are going to apply for new funds, and maybe the requirements are difficult to meet. They are new, but they're good for this net effect, net result, because right now you have to implement the schedules that would be the ones that are going to be the ones when we've already implemented the funds, because otherwise it would result that we would have lost a lot of money, and we could have done other things using these funds. So I think it's a very good approach, because we are going to face fewer problems in the future when it comes to be sure what we reach within the project, but we will never be 100% sure or certain, because a person is a very complicated psychological structure. So the way we make decisions that impact transport-related behaviors is very difficult to foresee and to predict. Sometimes when we do the shopping in a shop, there are many impulses, and of course all these decisions taken in a mass way, they all interact. We have to remember they are all social surveys. Professor, if you could comment on the complexity of the projects. As Professor said, it should be coherent in a way. It's not that we buy new buses and they go into a certain abyss. How should certain things be formulated on the level of transport policy that enable the fact that all the elements of the project form a bigger picture? I think that the challenge we have is sustainable development or sustainable transport, which responds to knowing the aims of this policy. It shows us what tasks we have to implement. So if we pass to the level, the urban level, which Professor knows the best, I have to admit that right now we pay attention to what I also already said, the man, the human being in the first place. In the second place, there should be a link between spatial planning and transport. And the fact that we have this phenomenon of expanding of the city, there is this urbanization process, And in works elaborations, we can read that 80% of the inhabitants will be, until 2050, will be the inhabitants of the cities. It all makes us be aware of all the forms of social mobility. We talk about the need of constructing observatories of mobilities in the towns and the cities, where we could collect data not only from public communication as such, where we have institutions responsible for these things, but where the pedestrian movement and the bike transport would be integrated. Right now we look at the security of pedestrians. 10 people who die in the cities, out of the 8 out of 10 would be pedestrians. So we look at this risk that a pedestrian is running, because it's tenfold compared to a driver of a car. So these are certain research results that show us which direction to follow, whether to construct living districts, urban districts on the outskirts of the city, or whether to revitalize the centers, whether to buy cars because of bigger distances and look at the consequences that we would have, like congestion of the town, that would be very troublesome for the society. This is in short words, because I know that we don't have that much time. Are there any questions from the audience? This is the best moment to ask them. If you have any questions to the panelists, then you can ask them now, and then we'll have a summary of 2 minutes.
Please go ahead, don't hesitate to ask. Okay, it seems everything has been said. Okay, there will still be one more panel ahead of us. Okay, now I'll ask each of the panelists for a very brief summary of what they considered important, and I'll close by emphasizing what I consider the most significant subject or issue addressed during this discussion. Thank you for this interesting debate. I believe a lot of interesting statements have been mentioned. On my side, I can say that the ministry supports the society, the entrepreneurs, and other initiatives that are aimed at using the data that's collected by the administration for business initiatives, of course within the legal boundaries, but most certainly our approach is very pro and very supportive. Let's remember that GDPR, as we've already said at the beginning of the debate, that let me just reiterate that GDPR has changed and maybe introduced a new order to regulations that have been out there before. So we have the GDPR psychosis of sorts, which fortunately seems to be calming down. And we simply got used to it, but it may be related to the abruptness of the introduction of GDPR. In the context of what we said about the reliability and representativeness of data and information on data processing, wouldn't it be a nice and a right solution to introduce a solution from the United States where citizens have the obligation to participate in the data? The respondents are informed about how the data is processed and everything is clear. That's an interesting conclusion. It's a very good conclusion, I'd say. I would refer to the title of this panel, which is the standards and limitations. Let's put our expectations as high as possible. Let's introduce standards, and then we'll be able to overcome the limitations, although we won't overcome everything. But let's continue. I need to add that let's not only have elevated standards, but also reasonable standards, taking into consideration the budget. Okay. As a facilitator, I would advise everyone to continue this debate during the coffee break. Thank you. It was very interesting to listen to what the panelists said, but especially in reference to big data by professor from the Warsaw Technical University. I believe this is a great opportunity for us to use data, to process data, but it is also a threat, not only from GDPR, but also from cyber crime, which can thwart our processes in terms of usefulness of data. So we should bear in mind also the threats. There is a new law on preventing cyber criminality introduced in July, but it does not include public transportation as such. Thank you. This obligation to participate in mobility studies is not contradictory to GDPR. It's more a question of national provisions. So let's not be afraid of GDPR. This legal framework is much more flexible than the one that we used to have before. It's just a matter of getting to know them. We often speak with fear about things we do not know. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation. I say that, Professor, you mentioned about the pedestrian safety. Last year, 22 pedestrians were killed on pavements. So, in designated zones, they weren't killed on the crossing or any other place where collision could take place. This shows how much the issue of pedestrians is overlooked, and I see great potential here. It's good that also Professor mentioned about no chance for collecting of data a priori, that we need to know the objective of collection of data. And what I want to emphasize once more is that human beings are so complex that we cannot afford to go for too much detail. When shaping the policies on transport, we'll never get to know the net effects. So it's good to bear in mind on the level of collection of data, on evaluation of data as well. Thank you very much to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, panelists. Thank you. Thank you for this conclusion. Thank you for this summary. I will share a secret. May I share a secret? Professor Wyszomirski, it hasn't changed for years. 20 years ago, I was a student at professor's classes, and he had the same passion and dedication, and also in the contact with the students. So it means that he's simply like that. But thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panelists for that heart and spirit. Okay, we're now in Camp 4, the southern pass. It's minus 20 degrees, 40% oxygen, 8,000 meters above sea level, below 400 hectopascals pressure. This is a spot for those who are most resistant. And now for a coffee break, and after that, so 3:10, let's meet, and after that we'll just get to the peak. Thank you very much.
Włączymy i będę miał władzę teraz większą, mając mikrofon. Zapraszamy, zapraszamy, zajmujmy miejsca.
Oh, please join us. Take
Tak
your
działamy,
seats.
żeby skończyć o
We
czasie,
want
czyli ten
to
panel będzie
finish the panel on time, so it will be slightly shorter.
bo transport o czasie odchodzi.
As
Prawda?
the train leaves on time. Is that right? Yes, it is.
Odchodzi, odjeżdża. Nie, czeka na nas. Jest
No,
punktualny.
no.
Nie czeka
Is it
ciągle.
on time? Is it waiting for us? Sometimes it just goes.
O właśnie, o czasie, oczekuje, nie? Zapraszamy na panel.
Please join us for the
Czy
next
istnieją standardy oceny
panel.
wpływu?
Are there any standards for impact
Standardy oceny
assessment?
wpływu.
That
Warto
is
sobie
the
taką
subject.
wyzwolić, taką
It's
ciekawość.
good to
Nie tak wysłuchać,
evoke
wysłuchać, tylko z taką...
some curiosity, a spark of curiosity. Are there any standards for impact assessment? Please join us.
powoli pana doktora Michała
And now I'd
Wolańskiego,
like to invite
który wprowadzi nas
Michał
w
Wolański,
ten,
PhD, who
w
will
ten temat.
introduce the
Ja
subject.
jeszcze pomogę w tej powoli, w tej frekwencji.
And I'll try to
Zapraszamy, bo na szczyt nie wejdziemy.
collect.
Zaczynamy prezentację. Chodźcie.
Come, join us for the presentations. Come on.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Nazywam się
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, my name is Michał Wolański, and for the past 10 years I've been doing assessment studies in transport. We spoke a lot about evaluation and assessment, but please allow me to define it once more. For me, it's a process of learning, gathering knowledge on public interventions which we've carried out in the past to perfect those which will be carried out in the future. So on the one hand, it's a difficult process. We assume that we did something in a suboptimal manner, but on the other hand, it's necessary because the worst thing we can do is to repeat our errors. And, well, while making a mistake once is not a negative thing, and that's my understanding. The studies which we did for CEUTP was the past year was a preliminary study for the ex post studies of the sixth operational axis, or priority axis of the operational program, infrastructure and environment. What is a preliminary study, or even more, what's the sixth axis? It's the axis which finances urban transport, urban public transport in 13 agglomerations and functional areas of voivodeship functions out apart from eastern Poland. Oh, I see the timer is not running. Does this grant me indefinite time? Well, we had two objectives. First was to elaborate the methodology for the ex post study, including the net effect. This is a saint grail of evaluation. That was something that was conceived for social programs, so we train unemployed, and after that we see that 65% of them found employment, and we don't know if it's good or bad. So we need to find a similar group in terms of education, age, and other determining factors for the labor market success, and only then can we assess whether we were successful. So, for instance, the trained group had employment rate of 65%, and the untrained only reached to 25%. So the benefit is 20%, or in the counterfactual group, 70% of persons found employment. Then we have a negative net effect, and it means that we did something wrong in our intervention. And the second thing is calculating the basic values before the intervention and post intervention. Often we miss the data from before the implementation. We've managed to collect data on 90 links, travel times. We know, and in several years we'll be able to compare them to results of our projects. We also did random route surveys in Szczecin and Zielona Góra. We used the Statistics Poland methodology, which we've slightly tuned. We did surveys with users, providers of services. We also did travel time measurements and modeled econometrically, which will be the main point of my presentation. So what is a net effect? I already addressed that, but the net effect for the operational program infrastructure and environment has certain issues. First of all, it's limited to 13 agglomerations, and each of them is subjected to a kind of intervention. That's a very small group, so we cannot use the classic methods of net effect measurements, the methods that were created by social programs. But what we can do is to use a modified SPSM method, which enables comparisons between the units that are subject to interventions of different range and different intensity, so we can see the differences in the interventions, and based on that we create models which describe the efficiency of the intervention. Secondly, we have a higher precision obtained by higher fragmentation. We divide clients into groups, and in those groups we find relations, and this enables us to carry out the counterfactual impact evaluation. What would happen if there were no evaluation, and theory-based evaluation, which is the specification of models which we verify later on. What we managed to do as a part of the pilot study, we use historical data. We've went through the European history in the years 2007-2013, and the names of the cities are listed here in the table. We've divided the cities using statistical methods into two segments. We've divided them by average population and average salaries. We've thus obtained two segments, larger and richer cities, and the second one, slightly smaller cities, especially we see the mean population difference. None of these segments includes Warsaw. It's not because of the lack of data, although lack of data was an issue, but because Warsaw is so much different from any other city in Poland that it cannot be captured in counterfactual methods. Sometimes we say that counterfactual methods require a twin. Warsaw has no twin, and there is no way in which logical methods would allow to create such a twin. In our model, with every describing variable, the impact, etc., was described by several variables. But each case, we assume that the change of those variables depends on the intervention, the policy, and external determinants, such as the density of population. And, for instance, we have compact city, which can have different determinants than those which are more sprawling. So we've managed to estimate the net effect in terms of number of passengers, incomes from tickets sales, the incomes from long-term tickets. We've also managed to capture the impact on the safety of traffic in the cities, and the further from the intervention the explained variables there were, so such as the days exceeding the PM10 norm standard, or the more difficult it was to estimate the relations, mainly because of the numerosity of factors and the fact that we were only addressing the sixth axis, not the entire project. What we've also the study also revealed the importance of different determinants for the described variable. We have very short time, but I'd like to focus on the determinants, which is the R square 60%. So 60% of variability on the transport of passengers is based on the expenditures on road infrastructure. This is the destimulant. The larger the expenditure on road infrastructure, the less passengers we have, and this is the fundamental determinant for this variable. Secondly, we have those that are referred to the capacity in peak hours of public transportation, which is the number of units. So let's build capacity of public transport. We always speak of capacity of roads, but not of the public transport. The conclusions are the following. The modeling, the net effect in the small scale of OPI and E proved to be feasible, but we needed to expand our sample, and this ex post study will require extension to eastern Poland, which will allow us to describe the relationships, which then will allow us to quantify the impact of OPI and E. Collecting data was a major challenge as well, and not such sophisticated and complicated data which we've discussed in previous panels, but such simple data as the number of passengers of public transport in Wrocław and Krakow in 2017. This data, it reaches Statistics Poland, but it's true that we were running on tight schedule, but we never got to access this data. It's impossible. The queries were sent by a public office. When I, as a private citizen, send request, it seems to work better than for public administration. Also, a conclusion not based on the net effect studies, but the quality of transportation is dependent on the network of connections, the proximity of bus stops, the availability of seats. This is what determines the public transport. Car is selected because of higher comfort. I don't need to change. I don't need to think on what kind of tickets should I buy. The travel time of public transport, interestingly, in case of urban relations, it was longer. In terms of agglomerations, it was shorter. Not the time itself, but the agglomerated cost. The passengers in our studies had statements added to the random route Statistics Poland, so said that they expected the reducing the travel time rather than increasing the comfort. It will never be as comfortable, let it be quicker. We saw a huge difference between Szczecin and Zielona Góra cities. We have a problem with creating policies for cities smaller than 200,000 inhabitants. In Zielona Góra, low fare place to sit was more important, and still there were more travels done by car. The net effect size was defined, but we need to work on it to be as big or as large as possible. And the last methodological recommendations, the modeling of net effect is possible on a sample of 20-something cities. We can collect the city, but the CEUTP had the idea on basing on model split data collected through household interviews. So we needed to carry out these surveys in the cities before and after the interventions, which gives a cost of around 1.5 million zlotys. If we did it only in the cities captured in the operational program cities, we probably wouldn't be able to capture it, but still such study would be worth it. Another thing is that we do not have a database on the number of passengers in 2017 in Wrocław. We need to fill this gap. Statistics Poland is trying to fill in this gap. Maybe this is the role for the Transport Research Observatory. Also, we need a separate research program to define the impact of investments in Warsaw. We do not know the effect for Warsaw, and we cannot estimate this effect by comparisons to other cities in Poland. What can we do is maybe using the scale of largest European agglomeration, or maybe BCA. And finally, apart from the methodological recommendations, I want to add 2 recommendations on how to form this policy. Research is nice, but we want to affect the policymakers. Well, first of all, our interventions cannot be based on replacing one type of buses with another. Even if the intervention is about buying buses, it should also stimulate the development of the transport network, creation of new connections and the capacity in peak hours, and finally reducing the travel times. We increase the traffic of cars, let's increase the speed of public transport, and we should support public transportation in the cities where it can efficiently compete with other means of transport. And if the public transportation has is already in the corner, then there is no chance in improving it. Thank you very much. This project took me half a year of my life, and I'm proud to share the results. Thank you very much. And now for the last panel, which will be facilitated by the co-host of our conference, Mr. Paweł Engel. Please join us on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. And I have a pleasure to invite Dr. Andrzej Brzeziński from the Technical University of Warsaw. Already known to you, Enrico Bernadis, the director of T-Plan Consulting. Professor Janusz Lubas from the Rzeszów University of Technology. Jędrzej Gadziński, PhD, from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, and Piotr Strzemboszewski, the representative of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, I would like to make a short disclaimer. Unfortunately, in our road towards Mount Everest, as led by Piotr, we're a bit delayed, and the time of us reaching the summit has to remain unchanged due to the fact that some of you leave Warsaw and the train won't wait. We can't guarantee a train waiting for you, so Thus, this panel will be slightly shorter and our discussion will be a bit more condensed than planned, but I assume that from this discussion there will be some interesting conclusions. As a short introduction, we are talking about standards, about evaluation standards. We talk about custom-made transport, and the reality is that we are familiar with assessment, evaluation of the projects in the stage when they are about to be implemented. They are not implemented yet. We are still applying for grants, for financing. And to a small extent only, what we could also hear today, we deal with the situation after the implementation. One of the basic conditions for functioning and one of the basic elements to evaluate transport projects on the ex ante but also ex post stage is the issue related to gathering the data, to elaborating forecasts of the movement, and based on that elaborating CBAs. So my first question I'd like to direct to Dr. Brzeziński, relating to how we can characterize these stages and what the differences are when we want to collect data on the ex ante stage, when we want to learn something about the investment when it's functioning. What would the differences be? Hello, everybody. Well, it seems to be complex, as almost everything in life. When it comes to analyses ex ante, they are of course difficult because preparing a project requires, we've talked about it today, gathering usually a lot of data, then later on are being used in elaborating the economic analysis, and this is a whole procedure about, especially in big projects, economic balance, constructing the model. There's a big uncertainty relating to the data we have at our disposal. When we do such analyses, we have to deal with these problems. On the other hand, these activities we've been doing for some time now, so the methodology has been elaborated, there are certain standards implemented, so we can say that if the projects are carried out, they are comparable among one another because we have the same method of preparing them. And much more difficult problem is with economic analyses or assessing the impact after the investment has been implemented, because we have to answer the question what such analysis purpose is, and if this purpose is to verify the assumptions we had before, to see if we reached the objectives, whether this economic balance is there, whether the indices were calculated properly, then I have big doubts, because both before and after we will still have to deal with various conditions that would cause uncertainty in the analysis which is performed. In ex post analysis, we can say that in the majority of cases we can make the investment costs more precise, because we will be after implementing the investment. But all this procedure which leads us to the objective in the economic calculation there's a risk of mistakes, because we do have to repeat the research and probably repeat the same models that were implemented before. So my doubt is how credible, how reliable this assessment is in terms of economic calculation, whether ex ante analysis was good or bad. Whereas what is important can be, we can try to combine these analyses and treat this second one as, in a way, a mechanism to make it more real, to make the ex ante analysis more real. So basically, if we had this assumption that in every project we do the analysis before and after, then everybody performing the ex ante analysis, having in mind that there would be an ex post one, would maybe pay more attention and maybe will not be biased by various influences, so that it is not verified in a negative way later on. And to all this, we can add the benefits that result from verification of the index, because if we take into account the realistic costs of the investment, when we do certain measurements, then these values are more precise. However, I wouldn't treat the second analysis as the one which could lead someone to question the quality of indices from ex-ante analyses. We have to verify the projects simultaneously. Once we are in the decisive stage, they should be evaluated at that time. This is very interesting conclusion, and I have to admit honestly that last night we had an occasion with Mr. Enrico Bernardis to talk about, among others, about the limitations, methodological limitations that are related to the analysis of the ex-post CBAs. But there's a question to Mr. Bernardis. My following question is, in this very same context, based on the experiences with analyses of projects from different countries, how do you evaluate the standards that function in Poland against the ones that function in other EU countries?
Well, yeah, of course, I mean, it's the standard for ex post assessment is something that is still coming, so there is not a standard established for ex post. On ex-ante assessment, there are more formal standards and well established because this is the current practice in many countries. So what I can say is that on the ex-ante, of course, in Europe, we are today on a good level of convergence in terms of approaches because there has been this result of the ongoing cohesion policy that and methods that have established a sort of standard that, in my opinion, has been one of the positive outcomes of this policy. When we come to the ex post, I think that in my view the key point is to understand why we do the ex post assessment, and the methods and the tools that we propose to use are very much dependent on that. So I think we saw this example from Poland, the experience that you undertook for the assessment of your program, and is very much different from what we did for the Commission, for instance. And the reason is not because we are applying different standard or that has to be one is correct and the other one not, but it's very different if you try to assess a project or a program and whether you want to understand in detail what happened to a specific project or whether you want to assess broadly if investment have a certain impact on a larger scale. Having said so, I think that the point that was raised is very interesting. For the CBA, I think it's very important when you do it ex post that is not perceived as a way to check if the original assumption were correct. It's not to provide a grade or to say that the previous analysis was correct. It's really a new exercise that should be used to inform and maybe to correct some part of the project implementation operational phase or to inform the next decision. Also because when you take, after a while, not only there might be new evidence from the ground, but also the expectation for the future might change. For instance, when we did the assessment of project for the first programming period back in the year 2000, we did not expect that on the environmental side, such huge improvement on the emission side of vehicles could be achieved in a short term. So this is something that now when we reassess the project, we understand that many improvement can be obtained in the future by changing the vehicle fleet. And this is something that was not expected at that time. But we cannot say that the assessment was wrong. It's rather that now we should understand that things have changed. So we need to relook at new project with a different angle. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Tutaj w tej wypowiedzi pojawił się bardzo istotny wątek różnicy pomiędzy oceną ex post pojedynczych projektów, a różnicą pomiędzy
evaluation of individual projects and the difference between the whole program, evaluating of the whole program. So right now my question to Piotr Strzemboszewski, because the Ministry of Infrastructure and Development and the National Unit of Evaluation look horizontally as if from above on certain topics related to evaluation, also ex post evaluation. But there's an important question arising. On one hand, the analysis of complete programs have to be based in a way on the sum of evaluations of single individual projects. So my question is whether we can compare such different urban organisms that we analyze, for example, under the operational program Infrastructure and Environment, what we saw in Mr. Poniatowski's presentation, Gdańsk on one hand, Krakow on the other, such different cities, but also smaller locations, Stargard, Świnoujście. What does it look like from the point of view of a unit responsible for evaluating complete policies and programs? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We see two issues here, evaluating on the level of project and certain restrictions and also on the level of programs, even though we see that these are related projects, but still they're different. Answering the question, I think that despite all details, it's possible to conduct research that compare, the surveys that compare such situations. We have to implement certain methodology and agree to simplification of this research process. We have to agree on certain things when discussing the net effect. There have been opinions showing that such research is not, or such surveys cannot be carried out. Then we saw Mr. Wolański's example, which showed that, his research showed that the pure net effect can be compared, but even closer determining of this intervention can be possible. So I think it's possible to carry out research on the level of the whole Poland, because that is what it would be in practice, that in a complex way would present a situation in a given area. What's important in these evaluations or research is important to have common assumptions for such interventions, for such research. It's important to have databases that can be compared for different areas and different interventions. What we try to aim at is to provide such things, to put it in short. I think that the key concept was mentioned, common assumptions. This is a very crucial element which results from the works that we have been carrying out under Transport Observatory, Research Observatory, when we ordered an elaboration, an expertise, a review of public transport projects and certain assumptions that are assumed, that are maybe on a basic level in terms of traffic. And it results that the towns define travel in a different way. It can be moving from point A to point B where the distance is 100, 300, 500 meters, and then it depends on where the research was carried out. Then the possibility of comparing the results seems simple, but it shows us that the deeper we enter, the fewer common assumptions are there, and this makes the comparative analysis more difficult. But here we tackle another problem, which is the quality and the accessibility or the availability of the data. These are the topics that have been present with us for the whole day, namely paper surveys or questionnaires or not. What's the how many data were not possible to access, as Mr. Wolański mentioned just before. My question to Dr. Wolański is what it looks like from your perspective, the quality and the accessibility or the availability of the data. Hello, everybody. Thank you for invitation. And I would like to answer your question. In the first place, let me say that for a few years I've been dealing with research of effects of investments, transport investments, maybe not in this perspective, maybe on a neighborhood and on a smaller scale, not the whole agglomeration. But I do encounter, either working in a team or when we work in a team, we do encounter various barriers or problems when it comes to the availability of data. Recently, I've participated in a project where there was an attempt to diagnose the level of development of transport in all the cities in Poland, and there was a tragedy with the availability of data, with accessing these data. in general, in Poland, when we look at the towns, regions, powiats, the communes, it's very difficult to say what the automobile development, how automobile transport is developed. We can't say what the mistakes look like, what the level of mistakes is. Even the level that is quoted very often is the level in this automobile industry is very often doubtful. And there's a percentage of false data in the database that we can access. So because of this, my experience is that in a micro scale, if we work on the direct effects in the closest vicinity or environment, we have to base ourselves on the data either gathered in a primary way or maybe directly from the inhabitants and ask them directly, or maybe by means of all the new technologies available, ask them about their transport-related behaviors. I do have certain experience related. A professor here is linked to classical forms, application forms on paper. I also appreciate this form, but right now there are new challenges and the need of being more exact or more precise and sometimes show a daily path of the inhabitants. And here, what comes useful is, for example, the data from GPS devices, and we've managed to carry out such research in Poznan with an app dedicated, a pilot research study on a group of students, and we can show, based on that, their precise daily route or path without intervening, without the necessity of asking them for additional, actually every day asking them about this journey every single day. So I wouldn't be afraid of new technologies, and these new technologies have their limitations, and they are numerous right now, but still somewhere they give us a lot of analytical possibilities, and probably in the future in Holland, what's interesting in Holland, big research studies on a national level on mobility are being carried out by means of mobile phones, and they are carried out by means of dedicated apps. So in a way, it is a future awaiting all of us. I think that analyzing students' life by means of mobile phones can be very interesting. The question is how, compared to the whole population, maybe this was not a representative sample, but the question is how the results were representative for the students themselves, because maybe the fact that someone is following me could have influenced the lack of certain activities or the absence, or maybe the fact that they were leaving their phone in a drawer at times. The topic of big data, which already appeared here today, will be back in a while. But now that we are talking about students, very often we have such a situation that the mobility research study, especially in the means of public transport, are very often, to a large extent, based on the students. And thus the data is collected, for example, when it comes to the number of passengers. But a question to Janusz Lubas about the issues relating to whether it's the only form or whether we have the possibility of using other tools, and what the quality is based on either traditional methods or maybe slightly more modern methods. Hello, everybody. When it comes to doing research on students, these are as if commissioned tasks within the theses students write during their studies. Very often students look at their activities and they use the data, sometimes difficult to access for even external units. If you could maybe keep your mic closer. Very often students say that they have difficulty accessing the data, but I very often say that I require a certain type of knowledge that they shouldn't even gain. But very often these students have interesting results. and they don't blame me for requiring this, but they get access to the knowledge where even external bodies have difficulties accessing. The quality of the effects can be different. It depends on how students approach such research studies. Very often students are more meticulous or less. They work less. The time they devote to carry out such research is also important. You know that students, most of you studied, you know that students like saving time, so they leave everything for the very last moment. If they have 5 minutes, they still say that they have time to have coffee and then still have time to collect data for research. And this is what happens with very many tools available to us. There are companies, there's software that allows us to collect a lot of data within the transport system. Not all transport companies use these data. So, for example, the number of the amount of information that is gathered about the number of passengers, how many passengers traveled, what their time of travel was. But we can also collect information that is more interesting. For example, about how full or how crowded the means of communication are. On one hand, it's important because we have countries in Europe where there are regulations that have to be complied with that say that passengers, if a passenger buys a seat, there is software available on the Polish market that allows us to collect this information on how crowded this means of transport is. In the first stage of the research of how crowded a means of transport is, there will be difficulties with interpreting. It requires time to collect data, and then we can make some predictions and forecast the future. Another stage of research for the future, which are, for example, applications. There's a program showed by Warsaw Technical University. There's a program showing how to collect such data. When we look at the young generation is not interested in the fact that the bus leaves at 2:50. They are interested in whether this bus comes in 2 minutes or in 3 minutes. So in applications that are about to be created, there should be this possibility for a person that this person knows which bus stop to go and how much time they have, and not at what time the bus will leave, and then all the stops that are foreseen. It should be given in the form of how much time is left before the bus leaves, and then collecting data by such an app will be easier. If a person uses an app, they can be forced. I don't know if you use such applications, but very often if we do certain action, then either we have a smiley face or a sad face, and if we use such an app, we can automatically react to whether if they are happy because of the information, they will click on a smiling face. If not, they will choose a negative face. This can also be something useful for collecting such information in the real time in the future. And if we add the location of a passenger, then we will be able to determine very many pieces of information on the quality of the service, the criteria of moving, using the transport system, also the velocity or the speed of the reaction of a managing company to a fault in the transport system. Thank you very much.
The issue of new technologies, well, we see that the access to mobile apps is growing, and the majority of you here in this room probably uses apps or services which offer information on public transportation in this way. But a few minutes ago in the screen we had this phrase, let's not be afraid of using new technologies. And in reference to that, I'd like to ask Dr. Brzeziński, since you, maybe not as a part of evaluation projects, but within the framework of the Road Authority Office and the National Development Program, for the first time, you used big data collected from cell phone operators. What are the limitations, what are the benefits, and what are the negative aspects of using such kind of data? Well, answering your questions, I'd like to shift the screen a bit because there was reference to the definition of a travel, whether it's 100, 200 or 500 meters. I'm not sure if you've discussed it more thoroughly, but Statistics Poland offers a manual in which there is a pattern. We already made a pilot study, and now it's being implemented across the country, where there will be standardization of definitions for Poland. So maybe Gus can use the experience from this discussion and introduce it as a standard. Indeed, in the research program which we are carrying out for the National Development Center and the General Directorate for National Roads and Highways, we use data from GPS trackers in cars. So we track around 8 million cars via a different operator, not Orange, that was mentioned today. So we have around 180 million trips registered in Poland, both during bank holiday, winter, summer, spring, autumn. So we want to be able to establish the seasonality of the traffic. It's also linked to the evaluation because we are right now concluding our project, but we want to create an intermodal model of travels for rail and road transport, which will then be used for European transport. But we also do models for metropolitan areas such as Warsaw. And our experience is rather good. At first, we ran into the problem of lack of access to data, as from the standpoint of traffic modeling, we needed a wide array of data. I won't go into details on this one, on this matter, as you've discussed it already, but we've decided to replace the unavailable data in Poland with those that were at our hand, and especially in case of SIM cards, they proved to be efficient for analyzing the seasonality in traffic, also spatial distribution of traffic, the origins and destinations of the travels, and the duration of the travels. The data from the cell phone operator allows for data being analyzed without distinguishing the means of transport. So these are the characteristics that describe just the travels of persons. So we need extra analyses which will allow more detailed information on the mode of transport. But as for in general displacement of population, this data is very useful. And then the GPS offers data on the routes along the transportation network on roads. So we know the origin, destination, and the speed of which allows for analysis of speeds on roads. We also have information on the distances that are covered. But then again, we have just the data split between HGVs and passenger cars. So also the level of details isn't very high. So the data is reliable, but it does entail certain constraints. We've started to present the results of our analyses. We've presented them to the Central Control Supervisory Chamber, and we use some analyses they run. For instance, the impact of various disturbances to the transport network. The data from GPS allow us to backtrack the history 2 years, 3 years back. So what happened on the motorway after there was an accident that blocked the road for, let's say, 2 hours? So it's not just the source of data for the analyses that we're discussing today, but the applications are very wide. Now we've started a project for establishing the average speed of travelers on roads that go through sensitive areas such as Nature 2000. All of this can be used using big data and in a fairly long time scape. So this allows us to plan for studies also in the future. So if we have this data available, we by all means should use them, which does not mean that we should abandon the basic sources of data, which are so far irreplaceable. And I would want to have the conclusion of today's meeting as dedicating more attention to the reliability of the data, because they are not costly in comparison to the investments that are then carried out based on these data. So this last statement is very important. We speak of dozens of millions of zlotys in investments, and while the studies would cost 1.5 million, so the scale of differences is clear. But back to the previous statement, I'd like my question to go to Mr. Bernardis. Does this kind of experience is similar in other countries? The use of big data from modern sources, from big data sources, is this data used for analyses ex ante, ex post in the investment processes?
Well, I think there is a growing interest all around Europe. In my experience, I mean, the situation is still very different. And of course, we are also talking about a variety of sources. I think it's the presentation we had before was very interesting, because when we talk about big data, there is not only the data from mobile phone that maybe those of us that are more transport-oriented think of, but there are also a lot of other data, most of them maybe in textual form. So when we think of big data, it's also the analysis of the text that is produced via internet, Twitter, and this kind of information. This is also a very relevant source. So all these forms the big data, and I think there is a lot of interest out of it, lots of different experiences, and but it's still very varied. What I know is that, I mean, for instance, in my case, in Italy, we were involved in a project where we've been using this data very similar to the one that was mentioned here in Poland. So it was for traffic modeling. So we had matrices of OD movements. And this was one case that I have personally been involved in. There were other cases that were a sort of reference for us, where my former company was involved in UK, which I think is a bit ahead of other experiences in Europe in that. And for instance, they developed a nationwide program to validate all the data that they have about personal mobility based on mobile phones. So I think these data are coming, they are used. Of course, I think that they, as it was mentioned, they are sort of addition to what is provided by more traditional sources, as long as we refer to evaluation and assessment. Because when we do an assessment of the project, we refer to the framework of the CBA, so to welfare economics. And we need to understand the impact on welfare, and to understand the impact of welfare, we don't just need to know that a person has moved from A to B, but we need to relate to the values of this displacement, to the reason of this displacement, and to all the activities that are connected to that, in a way to understand the mobility. And we also need to model what happened in the counterfactual scenario. So all this is possible only if we consider mobility and not only traffic. Most of the data, the big data that can be collected easily, refer to traffic and not to mobility. And of course, the difference is that you cannot relate personal information and the reason for displacing from one place to another one to the data of traffic of a device that is moved from one place to another. So I think for the assessment, this data is very useful, but they are not a replacement of what we have. Of course, when we go to the operational side, so when we need to move train or move passenger or provide information, clearly the new data are much more valuable than what we are used to, because they are on real time, they are updated, they are much more relevant for providing indication of congestion and such information.
Dziękuję bardzo. Proszę Państwa, myślę, że mamy przestrzeń na dosłownie
I believe we still have space for one or two questions. So if anyone would like to ask them. I see there are no questions. So, gentlemen, literally 1 minute wrap up from each of you, focusing on the following issue. Today, we've addressed very briefly a lot of highly important and interesting issues. But in the context of the subject of this meeting, which is the custom-made transportation and the impact assessment, what are the fields for development from the perspective of impact assessment of transport investments? Which elements would you highlight as the key elements? And let's start with Mr. Piotr. I'll try. However, it's difficult to transcend the obvious. So we have databases which need to be developed. I see also opportunities in the development of technologies and in using more efficiently the Statistics Poland data. There are certain projects out there, but we need more collaboration directly with Statistics Poland. We don't want it to be a remote body that needs to be addressed via applications. We want them to co-participate in our research. This will increase the flow of data and the adequacy of the data. Certainly, there is room for improvement in the methodology of the research, although in the cohesion policy field, I see certain trends that EC loses its momentum in terms of evaluation and getting hard data. So these two things, I'd say, so supplying data and developing methodology, that's what we need. Mr. Jagodziński, I'd like to point to one more fact. We've talked a lot about effects, results of all kinds, but maybe these effects should be grouped by types, like socioeconomic, environmental ones, to evaluate these effects in different scales, from the neighborhood scale or district to metropolis and regions, and use the data which we have, but again, not to be afraid of new technologies and combine new technologies with classical approaches. I believe this will render this evaluation much more simple and more complete. Professor Lubas? I agree with with the previous speakers. I believe that combination of new methods with traditional ones is the most efficient way. Often we use modern technologies, but it needs to be propped up with what's been done before to better understand it, because often new technologies for outsiders who don't use those very often are incomprehensible. So when we speak, when we study transportation, we need to communicate with the society. We need to disseminate the results, and to do that we need clear language. So our aim should be to make all the results which we arrive at to be understandable for as much persons as possible, and this is part of the sustainable development principles. Every participant of this transport cycle needs to understand what's happening. Mr. Bernardis?
No, I very much agree with this last point. I think apart from improving the method and the data and then the presentation, and I think this is very relevant, the main point is to make a policy, a useful policy of the result. And this, in my view, is important if we use them, we disseminate the result, and we use them as a means to promote public participation. And this is something that, for instance, is not very common in many cases. When we did this assessment, the report, as you know, the one that we did for the Commission, are public. And one of the first reactions were from some stakeholder in a project that we reviewed in Italy, that they claimed that our review was unfair because we did not recognize all the benefit that the project has produced, which maybe is also partially true. But I think this is interesting because I think this report, in my view, should be just a step in a process of continuous exchange of information and understanding between the citizen, the taxpayers, if you prefer, and the administration. So not just making a report once and then leave it as it is and maybe discussing only between those that work on that, but really open the files to the public and to public participation so that really we can understand each other, the citizen, and we try to implement the project for public welfare.
Pan doktor Andrzej Brzeziński.
Proszę Państwa, ja nie mam wątpliwości, że mamy w
I have
Polsce
no
w
doubts
projektach
that
problem.
we in Poland, in the projects, face a basic problem with adequate formulating of the variants that we analyze. Namely, we can construct very advanced models, base ourselves on very many data, methodologically perform all this in a good way. But in many cases, I've observed the variants we analyze, namely the scenario that has to be carried out, is not corresponding in an objective way to other possibilities, such as, for example, constructing a transport corridor or constructing metro or any other things. We very often refer to doubtful bases where certain solutions are being as if tried to be implemented. And even if we have this positive result, we are not sure whether the funds we spend all over Poland will be reflected or translated into economic development, or whether this could have been performed in a better way. So my recommendation is in this control process to look very precisely at how we argument, how we construct the variants that we analyze, and why this given variant is the one we propose for implementation. Thank you very much. In this way, we've reached the end of our slightly shortened panel. I still hope that it was very interesting for you. And while listening to the panelists, I came to the conclusion, well, basically, in my opinion, there was one absolutely important sentence: to understand mobility. And to a great extent, everything we've been talking about today can be summarized in this way. We, as people who have influence on the shape of the transport policy, or maybe providing certain information that are used to shape this policy, we should be able to, first of all, understand the mobility, and second of all, in order to enable shaping this policy in a way which makes it useful, which serves its beneficiaries. And another thing which is very important, and which has been mentioned in the discussion today, that we talk about that in a way which is simple and not create what Professor Lubas just said. Let's not create the research just for us to read. It's important that it's understandable and legible to everybody. Thank you very much, all the panelists. Thank you, and applause to everyone. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mount Everest peak is more or less as this stage in terms of space. It's that big or that small. Once you're there, with one leg you're in Nepal geographically, and one leg is in China because there's a borderline, there's a border on the peak, and with the eyes of imagination you can see the whole world. You can see Poland, you can see the unlimited space in the mountains and in the Himalayas. Reaching the peak of Mount Everest is transport, transport, and transport. You take all that you need to survive with you. The interesting thing, between 1953 and 2013, when I was there, the 60th anniversary, then there used to be 9 camps on the way to the top, and right now there are just 4 because everything weighs less, it's lighter, and every single thing is lighter. It's just like with the data. If we take too few data, it's bad because we won't manage, but if we take too many, maybe we will be overburdened and we won't reach the top. Let me share a reflection with you. Me and my team of my workers, there were 300 of them while we worked in a construction multinational originating from Sweden. We've carried out 70 investments relating to bridges and roads. And I always had the same reflection when opening the road. Have you ever seen the moment of opening the road that had been constructing for 2 years, or a bridge, and then suddenly there's the opening moment? So there's a moment you cut the ribbon, there's this opening, and there's the beginning of the movement of the traffic. And my reflection has always been the same. After a few minutes, I was saying to my cooperators, look at that, co-workers, look at them. They start going, and the movement continues, the flow continues, as if nothing ever happened, as if nobody for the past years would come here to work, starting at 7 a.m. for many, many hours. And I had this question in my head always, whether later anything what happens later on with this investment? So much money has been spent. And my question was always, what's going on next? Does anyone measure that? Does anyone check whether this money was spent in a sensible way? And I wanted to say that in a very serious way. After today's conference, I realized how many people, how many wise, involved people work on measuring this sense and measuring the information so that the decisions are made in an optimized way. And I became simply calmer after this conference because I care about the money. We all care about our money, about the money of taxpayers. And I can see after this conference that we do our best so that this money is spent in the best way possible. And this is what I'd like to thank for. Mr. Director, if you could please summarize today's conference. Once again, a big thank you from myself. Ladies and gentlemen, just to finish, I'd like to say a few words. I would like to thank cordially on behalf of Director Przemysław Gorgol, absent with us right now, who had to go to the meeting of the committee in the Sejm. On my behalf, I would like to thank you all for participating in the conference. I truly hope that what I said at the very beginning that will be left with us after this conference, a few interesting thoughts, a few interesting topics mentioned here. I hope this is the reality. I would like to thank all the panelists, all the speakers for very interesting insight and comments and information they wished to share with us. I would also like to thank you, Piotr, for this joint trip to Mount Everest. We've reached it. I think that in reality, very few of us will see it closely from a close distance, but at least in this form we could have participated in this. We could participate in this expedition. I would also like to thank many other people, because such an event is not possible without the participation of a very big team. I would like to thank the interpreters. I'd like to thank the sign language interpreter, the whole technical team, all the people who took care of us, who filmed us, who took care of the electricity, and thanks to that we could be heard, watched in the internet. The whole conference was transmitted live in the internet. I would like to thank the whole team of CEUTP workers who were involved in organizing this conference. The promotion team, Anna Paradowska-Gaturska, Karolina Grot, Agnieszka Sitko, and all the other people who participated in the preparations. And last but not least, there's no better equivalent in Polish for this phrase, I would like to thank two people without whom this conference would not be possible. Two colleagues, female colleagues from evaluation team, Edyta Boratyńska-Karpia and Joanna Dzierzba, who were the spiritus movens of the whole event, and I think that they deserved the applause. I would also like to thank someone who was very important. Behind me, you could see on the screen very many pictures. There's Magda behind all of us, who was drawing during the big part of the meeting today, and I would like to thank her. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope we will be able to meet during further events related to evaluation, but not only evaluation. I will not tell you more in terms of CEUTP plans for the coming year, but if we manage to carry out what we are planning, it will be worth meeting with us. Thank you very much for the time you devoted to us, and also following the trend started in the very first minutes of the conference, I'd like to wish you, because of the coming Christmas, I wish you have time to rest and don't have to work on evaluation. I wish you had time to switch the TV off and substitute it with a Christmas tree or anything else that would have a very positive net effect on you. And with these words, I'd like to say thank you once again and bye-bye. Thank you.